Hello, everybody. How are you today? We're going to fill in for Joey tonight because he had some family issues he needed to take care of. So right now, just me. So we will do our best to get through the evening. So as the title of the video states, today was the official start of the cancer awareness group build. I know a couple people needed to start early, which was fine. In fact, Boyd from TrekWorks actually has his finished already, so you can go to his page and check out his video on his cancer awareness group build. He built the MPC, the big 70, 79 or 81 Firebird, I don't remember which it is, Trans Am, in a burgundy color, and it is awesome looking. We're starting on my cancer build, which is the AMT Ertl Plymouth Prowler. We're going to do this in light blue with the turquoise metal plate in honor of my dad who passed from prostate cancer. Um, I just thought the Prowler was a cool looking car. We're going to be adding um, different wheels to it, so I had to start my build off a little unconventional. I had to have to assemble the entire rear end so that I can make sure I get the trimming and the fitment right for the big old drag tires I'm putting on here. I'm putting on a set of weld drag wheels from Jay's Resin Wheels on eBay's where he sells them. There's some big old street slicks that we're putting on there, and I had to so I have to put together basically I have to put together the chassis so like the rear end anyways. So I know how much clearance I'm going to have to do to trim the frame to get those to fit. Hey, Dream Big, glad you could join us. If you'd like to jump in on the live stream, you're more than welcome. Uh, we can have up to 6 people on the live in the stream, and then we could have as many as we want in the comment section. Just if you just pop in and shoot the bull or work on something, whatever you want to do is fine by me. So I'm just hanging out here. I was already going to be down here. Normally I would be down here doing on Joey's stream, but I said he had family issues and couldn't be here tonight. So I just figured I'd go ahead and step in and do a stream in his place. Or basically, we started this kit on step 9, or actually step 8. Then we got to jump ahead to step 10 and 11 to make sure I can get enough. I have enough clearance for those wheels, because I need to cut the frame before I get too much of the other stuff added into it. I apologize if you can hear the lawnmower going in the background. That's the neighbor, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Otherwise, I closed the window to make it less and turned on the fan, so to kind of cut down that noise. I'm not sure if it's coming through or not. Hey, East Coast, welcome to the chat. If you'd like to hop in and on the stream, the link is at the top of the chat. More than welcome to pop in. It's a very casual thing we do here. When I do a live stream, it's nothing formal at all. We just basically shoot the bull, and I usually got my head down for a lot of it building. I try to, when I'm hosting, I try to look up more to keep track of the comments, but forgive me if I don't see it right away because I'm usually involved in what I'm doing down here. They were working on that rear end for the Prowler. Also, I can give you a little sneak peek on our USAC truck. Is basically finished. Got a few things I still want to do to it, but it's basically done. That's the 55 F100 124 scale kit from Monogram. Made a few mistakes along the way. A few things I would do differently the second time around. But I kind of really like how it turned out. I've got it set so that the hood opens forward. Well, I don't have the prop in there to hold it up, but it opens forward. And we had put a 572 Chevy motor in there. And what you're hearing rattling, if you're hearing that, is the prop, the hood prop. And we used these are Camaro wheels from a 2006 AMT Camaro that I put on it. Hey Terry, so I got a few more things on detail I want to do to it. I think I might want to paint the Ford on the tailgate, but I may not. I haven't decided yet. And a few more little small details I want to add to it. But other than that, it's basically done. Welcome to hop in, Terry, if you want. Got the link at the top of the chat. Hope you're feeling well today. Let me while I put the chat up on my television. Hopefully I can read it a little better. Been a pretty busy weekend for me. Friday and Saturday were my 40th class reunion. Friday night was our pre-party. And then Saturday was the actual reunion. We had taco truck and all that stuff. And about 60% of our class showed up. Classmates were there, which was a good turnout considering it's been 40 years. Yes, Terry, if you want to get in there, make it in there, you're more than welcome. And I don't have to talk to myself all night long. And then also last night was a benefit dance for the scholarship fund in my nephew's name, who passed away. I guess it's almost 8 years ago now. And the goal, he would have been 30 years old this year, and the goal was to raise $30,000 by the end. But we want to have raised by May of next year, so that we can give out $30,000 college scholarships to the graduating seniors. It's not a lot, but it'll pay books and a few of the expenses that the kids have going to school, travel expenses, whatever they need to help get them there. Hey, Josh. Is Jeff in there too? I didn't see Jeff. Jeff, I didn't see you in there. I hope everything's working, getting better with your family. Hope your granddaughter's improving, and you're still in all of our thoughts and prayers every day. You're welcome to jump in on the chat if you'd like. Say nothing. We're not doing anything formal, just hanging out, filling in for Joey. Today's the start of the cancer awareness group build, and I'm starting on my Plymouth Prowler kit, working on the getting the rear suspension done so that I can put my big old meats on there. Let's see if we can throw that. I think I can throw the chassis in here. This kit is not bad so far, what I've seen. It's got a lot of flash, but that's okay. It's nothing we haven't dealt with before or have to deal with again. I mean, a quick slide with a scalpel and it's all gone. Let's see. Just open. I thought about seeing if I could fit a big old Hemi in this thing, but I don't think it'll work out. So we're having to modify the chassis to fit these big old meats in there. Big street slicks, drag radials, whatever you want to call them. You got the weld drag racing wheels. So that's what we're working on right now. Also I got in. We'll be able to finish this up in the next couple of days because I got my resin figures in from the slow boat from China. They came in, and I got them cleaned up and assembled, and I'm waiting for them to dry so I can get primer on them. I got a tank commander. I've got our driver. And we've got the assistant driver, aka the gunner. It also came with a fourth, which would be the guy who operated the cannon, but I decided not to put him in there. Didn't want it to look too busy for that. Hey, there's another Terry. A little history. I keep trying to get into your Saturday, but I'm always busy, or I don't remember it until after it's too late for your show and tell thing on Saturday. And I try to watch your streams during the week, being non-disabled and home taking care of my mom. That I get to watch a lot of the UK stuff because I'm home during the afternoon every day, pretty much. So anyway, as I was saying, before I changed subjects, we had the scholarship dance last night. It was okay. I wish we would have had more people there, and so that we could have made a little more money. Our big fundraiser comes in the spring. It's we do a giant both a silent auction and a live auction over the internet, and then we have a dodgeball tournament for the kids because he died young and he was very athletic, and the kids enjoy having that, so they get to have a dodgeball tournament. And last year, between the auction and the tournament, we did almost 20,000. And we're hoping to get to 30,000 this year. Yeah, I know. Yesterday I was out, but last week I remembered about halfway through it, and so it was too late to jump in. So I wanted to show a couple of those models, the God Phoenix and the Fire Flash, and said I'm working on the Fury tank. I should have it done. I'll try to remember to get in there this week. I don't think I have anything going this Saturday that I know of. And you're welcome to join the stream if you like to chat. The link is at the top of the page. You're more than welcome. You don't have to just look at me talking to myself, trying to read the chat because my eyes are terrible. And any of you are also welcome to join the Cancer Awareness Group build. I mean, it's open, free, and open to anyone. Probably the simplest group build you could ever be part of. You can build anything you want, however you want it. You can start early. Well, it's too late to start early because it officially started today. But if you have to run late, that's fine. It could be the only real rule to the whole group build is that it helps share. We either have cancer ourselves, or recovered from cancer, have lost family members to cancer, or have family members fighting cancer, battling cancer right now. Friends who are battling or have lost their fight with cancer. And that's where that's the biggest part of the group build is sharing those stories. And as long as they're in your mind, then they're still with us. So I'm doing this prowler in honor of my dad, and I'm gonna tie it in. I'm gonna use he had prostate cancer, and the prostate cancer ribbon cancer color is light blue. So we're gonna do what do they call this one? They call this one icy blue. It's a Tester's Extreme Lacquer. I really like this stuff. It does a great job. And then we're going to put turquoise. I think it's turquoise waters color shift over the top of that icy blue, light blue. I really like this color shift stuff too. I'm kind of got on a kick with it. I've done the last 3 or 4 models in it. It's intended to go over black for what they call the most dramatic color shifting, but if you put it over other colors, it gives it more of a glow. As this one has the green truck, has the turquoise on it, so depending when you catch it in the light just right, it changes from the green to a blue. And I really enjoy these color shift colors. They've got a pink one, a purple one called Purple Sunrise. There's a galaxy blue, and then there's a shimmer one which I kind of like too. I'm gonna use that on something coming up. Let me find it. They call it iridescent shimmer, which is basically got the red. It's got all the colors of the flake in it in the clear. So it's got the red, it's got the gold, it's got, as you can see, they picked the colors up on that. It's got the blue, it's got the green, it's got the purple, it's got all the different colors of the metal flake in the clear. So this would be a good one to go over a white or something like that, where it just gives it that extra pop. Well, if you can't find the exact truck, then maybe you can build something close. I mean, one year I did one, my dad's one. He had a 68 Cutlass, and nobody does a 68 Cutlass, so I did a 69, which is as close as I could get, which was just in the. Let me get you guys in here real quick. We got Josh and
Hey guys.
Terry in there. How are you guys?
I'm
Welcome to
absolutely
the
shattered. It
impromptu.
feels like I've been streaming for about 10 years straight.
Yeah, I know you were on. I've been on watching streams all day because I watched Sue's earlier. I'm gonna run and fill up my water real quick. I will be right back.
Oh, Risedam, I don't think I've got you on my subscriber list. Let me hit your channel.
No problem, man.
Is Risedam Design the name of your YouTube channel?
Yeah, just like it says in the little blocks there. Yeah.
Okay. Risedam.
Yeah, you stream quite a bit during the week, I think.
I stream 6 p.m. Weekdays UK time. That's about, I don't know, midday for the US, I think.
Yeah, I'm usually at work when I see it.
No worries, bud. Right. Risedam Design. Copy. YouTube. I thought I'd join for half an hour or so before I hit the sack. I got you.
Sweet, man.
Oh, I'm already subscribed.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes for me too. It's there's so many channels now. It's hard to remember, right?
Hey, East Coast. How you doing, mate?
Watched your live stream yesterday, Doozer, or with Doozer. That was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Right, I need to watch the StreamYard bit and put the comments on. There we go.
Huh?
Okay.
What is that?
What, this? It's the arse end of a Panzer IV.
Did you get your LEDs sorted out?
Yeah, I got it sorted out. And then I decided I wasn't going to put it in.
That's awesome.
It will be when it's done. I hope.
Right.
But I've been busy enough today. I've been doing like lots of metal effects, and as this is the cancer awareness stream, I just thought I'd mention that my wife is a cancer survivor, so there is absolutely hope out there. She had bowel cancer quite bad. She had 7 centimeters removed from her bowel with keyhole surgery. She's now been all clear for 9 months. And yes, just a story of hope and happiness, really, because when she was diagnosed, my world fell apart. It just did. I didn't know what to do, who to talk to. There was no, there's no, I know it's bad enough for the person with the cancer, but for the guys who are, if it's your wife or whatever, who the hell do you talk to about this? And it is, well, there we go. I just thought I'd share a little bit of happiness with you. It is survivable.
That's amazing. I'm glad. I wish everyone could survive it because we've all lost people.
Well, it kind of makes me angry that we can find not a cure but a medicine for COVID in a year, and we've had cancer now since ever. It just maybe it's a stupid thought, but hang on, how come we haven't sorted this out yet? It is the most devastating, cruel disease there is on this planet, without a doubt. And part of me just can't help thinking that, relaying it back to the COVID thing, if we can get like a cure or whatever for the COVID in 12 months, what the hell is going on with cancer? It's just beggars belief.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I think the only reason we don't is because, it's money. They make a lot of money off of those treatments and everything. And it's sad, but that's kind of the reality, though. Yeah. It's, because there's people been working on it forever,
Absolutely. It's very easy to put the tinfoil hat on and think conspiracy, but, the reality is, and when my wife got bowel cancer, I tried to do a little bit of research on it, as you do, because you like to think you can find a better cure than the doctors. But like I say, she went through chemo and well, it was the chemo that killed it, and the operation. So it was reduced with the chemo, but they still had to take that dead tissue away, the 7 centimeters out of a bowel, and then it's the long road to recovery, because your digestive system has to get used to being without a part of something that was there before. So I won't go into great detail about that, because I'm sure you all know what I mean.
Oh yeah,
So,
I went through it myself.
right. So Bob, I'm sorry, I don't know your particular story. You've had cancer then?
I had a cancer scare, but my dad and my brother-in-law and my aunt all passed from cancer.
Right.
My dad passed from prostate cancer. Actually, technically, he died of anemia because the chemo and radiation killed all of his bone marrow, and he wasn't strong enough to survive a bone marrow transplant. And it got to the point where if he didn't have a complete transfusion every 2 weeks, then he would die. And he just said, "No more. I'm done. Let me go." And then my brother-in-law had a brain tumor, and it was a long haul and slow downward slope for him. And the irony of the situation: 6 weeks after he died, his disability came through.
Man.
And then my aunt, she had lymphoma, and she fought it, and it went in and out of remission several times over my life. But then finally, she just got so old, her body couldn't fight it off anymore.
Yeah.
Then I have several friends who've had, and some have recovered, and some have not recovered from cancer. And we all know people here, even in our community, who are fighting or have fought or have, Chris Cortell. That's why we changed the name of the group bill to the Chris Cortell Cancer Awareness Group bill, because he lost his battle with cancer in March. I'm not sure if you know Kenny May. He actually beat cancer last year or the year before.
Yeah.
He had pancreatic cancer and lymphoma, and they managed to. He's in remission. So it touches everyone. It touches everybody, and if we can share as long as we can share our stories, those people are never gone.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree. The one thing I didn't understand chemo fully before my wife started the treatment, and one of the scary things about it, I guess you already know, and I'm not preaching or anything or teaching anyone to suck eggs, but I didn't realize how chemo worked. I didn't realize that it killed everything in your body, but it killed the cancer faster than everything else, and it's almost a race to see if the chemo can kill the cancer before it kills you. Just the weirdest treatment that I've ever heard of, and I beat myself up a bit for not knowing that that's how it worked. And to see someone you love so weak and so drained all the time because this chemo is killing everything in them, and you're hoping and praying that it kills the cancer before it kills your wife. So not only have you got a cancer that can kill you, but the drugs that you're taking can kill you. It's just a weird place to be, and it was so confusing. I was, it's hard not to get angry about it, because what is this bloody disease that people are getting that's been around for decades that we have no cure for? The human race has managed to find a cure for just about everything else. AIDS, for example, you don't hear about AIDS anymore. That's gone. Well, I don't think it's gone, but there's cures.
It's under control, yes.
Yeah, it's under control. But again, cancer, why not? And I think to myself, is there something we can do as human beings, as a massive group of human beings, to let Big Pharma know that if they are conning us on this, they're making money out of. I can't see it being that, though. I can't see any human being wanting to make that kind of money through that kind of misery, because it's got to affect them as well. The people in Big Pharma, they must know people who've got cancer. They they must have had family members that have died from this. So I can't honestly put it down to any conspiracy theory that we're just being drained of money. I think it is just down to so many different types of cancer that it's difficult to nail them all. I'm just throwing that out there. Loads of comments coming in.
Yeah, reading that Terry survived thyroid cancer in 2011, and his mom passed from leukemia. One of my friends' child died from leukemia, and that was devastating. It devastated the entire community, not just the family. To see the small child, he was like 9 or 10 years old when he died.
That's a hobby barn. His mum died of leukemia and died in 1991 at the age of 52. That's, you see, that's.
And we just do it. This month works out because there's not a whole lot of group. It works out because it's also breast cancer awareness month, but there's not a whole lot of other group builds going on. So it just always seemed to work out as a good month for this month. I said there's no real rules. If it takes too long, or you can build whatever you want. You can do a figure. You can do an airplane. You can do whatever helps you share your story of the cancer awareness. That's all. That's the only rule, is to share your story a little bit.
Hey, Bob, Lee's in the basement or the back room. At least that's what he says.
Oh, he's down below. Okay. There you go. Sorry.
Okay, Bob. Hi, Terry.
You were below the bottom ledge of my screen. I couldn't see you.
You did click it down. This is the third stream I've been in. I was in another stream before yours. I was in Hobby Time.
Yeah, I've been watching streams all day long, and then I heard the jury.
Yeah, I done my stream straight from my stream. Watched Sue for a bit because Sue's been mentioning me. Then I went over to Hobby Time Modelers with Todd and all that. I was up on Mark working on something. I'm not really working on anything now. I'm waiting for paint. I'm waiting for glue to dry, but it's all pegged up. Can't do nothing. I'm waiting for adhesive to dry. So
it's okay. I was doing a stream the other day where people were just watching paint dry.
Yeah. Hey, they're fun streams, mate.
What, watching paint dry?
Yeah, hey, it's getting you watch hours. The way you look at it, hey, Zinzan, hey, East Coast, hey, Dream. Who else is in?
Hello, Zamzam. I think I just subscribed to you off of Sue's group earlier.
Bearded Jeff's in. Bearded Jeff Lewis is in. Nice one. Haven't seen him for a bit. There's a good community with the American lot. I like following a lot of the American stuff a lot. Hi, Josh.
What up, man?
What up? Tell you now that auction went well, didn't it, Josh?
I got what I wanted.
Yeah, hey, you put a lot of donations in on that. It went well.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. I'll have another box for next year when they do it again. I'm sure they're going to do it again. So
yeah, no, thank you for that, Dave. Big build small. Yeah, I ain't got the desk cam on at the moment. I could change to desk cam, but you'd be watching glue dry. That's the only problem. I'm building a cardboard kit, but I'm waiting for glue to dry. So yeah, it's a slow process. It's all a low relief building that all goes on the back wall. I was doing it on my stream, then I done it on HMT live stream. So yeah.
What's on your workbench, Bob?
I have a lot of things on my workbench. I'm working on my cancer awareness group build, which is the Plymouth Prowler,
Oh, nice kit.
the AMT Earl kit. I'm working on putting the rear end in because I'm going to add drag radials to it. So I have to make sure I have room in the frame. I'm doing the final work on my USAC group build, the 55 Ford F100.
Oh, gorgeous.
I like the color of that. I like the color of that, Bob.
Thank you. And then I just got in yesterday. I got my resin figures in so I can finish those, so that I can finish my Sherman tank.
Oh, thank you for the sub, Jeff.
So I've got the Fury tank done, except for the figures. I was waiting for those to come in. So that's what we're doing.
Awesome. Rise down. What are you working on?
I've got just figures and stuff that I've been working on. I've been doing a bunch of skin tones.
Oh man, I wish I could do figures. I always either get the eyes all googly.
Yeah, just see, Jeff. Just seeing your sub. Thank you for your sub, mate. I'll sub back.
Here's the Ninja Turtle.
On the small figures, I don't even do the eyes, and on the bigger ones, I try to use the decal if I can.
Eyes are so difficult.
You should look up
turtle
Archer decals,
right?
Because they do the eyeballs and stuff. It's actually pretty nice when you're.
Yeah.
You want to get that East Coast? I was speaking to you yesterday. You said you were going to get that out of the dettol. It's going to start deforming. I said to you about it. Don't leave it in the dettol more than a week.
I'm working on giving everybody a blue wrench. So if you need to post a link, you're more than welcome to. Or if you need to click on somebody who's not you're not subscribed to, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a blue wrench yet, just let me know. I think I've got everybody.
I'll be there, Hobby Bob, if I can. I'll be there to your stream. But I'll be in mine. I've got mine on Wednesday at 2. Then straight from mine at 9 o'clock. I'm over to Mark, Blue Strike. He's got a good stream after that. So I'm involved with Mark from Blue Strike.
$46, $45, and $46.
I like the figures Josh does.
Yeah, I just saw that, Jeff. Yeah, thanks, Lee.
Yeah, to be honest, I've got up. To be honest, when I first got interviewed by you, I didn't have the setup I've got now. I only had the laptop. I'm now on a tower, and it's a totally different setup that I've got now. The other half's ringing me, going to dictate to her and come out the hobby room. I wasn't going to be a late one in the hobby room.
Lee, you've got to say it.
No, I don't use that word no more. It's me.
No, you've got to say it. You've got to say it.
I don't use it. I don't use it.
Got to say it.
I don't use it. No, I won't. I don't use it. I've moved on now.
But you've got to say it's a game changer.
No, it's not. It's not. That's old news now. I've moved on. I've moved on.
Well, thanks for stopping in, Zim. I don't do them on a regular basis. It's kind of when I just feel like it. But yeah, if you got the notification on, it'll pop up when I do get around to having them.
Yeah.
And thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Did put some good stuff out. I'm gonna have to get off anyway, Bob, because I said to Jackie I wouldn't be late in the hobby room.
All right. Well, thanks again. Thanks for stopping in.
No problem. I'll see you when you're next around, or I'll see you in the streams. I'll probably see you. Are you going into Blue Streaks is live at 9 o'clock UK time. It'll be probably 5 Central, is it? 5 Central time?
I'm 6 hours behind you right now.
Yeah. So now I'm on about no Blue Streak. You know what I mean by Blue Streak, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to go in his live on Friday? Is Wednesday night?
If I remember, I try to catch at least one a day.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to get up.
Bob, you got to remember his is going to be like around noon for us.
Right.
So, and it's during the week, so I'll be at work, but you know.
I'm not on about mine. I'm on about Blue Strike, Mark.
Yeah.
He's a different time. He's UK. He's stateside, but
he's Canadian.
Yeah, he's Canadian in it, so it's slightly different.
Yeah, he's I think he's in Ontario.
Yeah, he is. He's Ontario.
Ontario, I think. Yeah. So he's basically just like an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, I think Joey is having back problems, isn't he? That's what he's having. Big.
I'm not sure. He's been sick, but I think he's having issues with his family as well.
Yeah,
he's got some stuff going on. It's.
Yeah, I don't know what it is for sure, and I don't really,
Yeah, we don't need to know. It's personal stuff, so we leave it at that.
If he wants to tell us, he'll tell us. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
He does some good builds. He's got a good workshop there. Same with Josh. I love his builds. He does. How's that tank coming on, Josh? That's the last thing I see on your bench.
I accidentally dropped it and it shattered.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's now not functioning.
I'm saying nothing to that one, Josh.
What?
I'm saying nothing to that one. It happened. At least the carpet munchers well and truly got it then, didn't he? Got it in pieces.
Well, it's concrete floor out here, so it just like the resin stuff. If I drop it, it just shatters. It's.
Yeah, so thank you for letting me up for a bit, Bob. I'll see you all again. I'm going to jump off. I need to get some stuff done before.
All right.
So take it easy, Bob. I'll probably see you around the streams. I'll probably see you whenever, Josh. And see you again, Terry.
Yeah, bye, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to try to remember to be there for your show and tell this weekend. If I remember, I'd always forget until it's too late.
Well, you're welcome anytime, my friend.
I will. I'm going to try.
Even if the show's in full swing, just dive in, mate.
Oh, I usually get on the stream, but I want to get in early for you to be in the green room and be on with you. But yeah, I'll try to.
As far as shows go, this week's was easily.
Oh, it was. I was bouncing between different streams. Saturday night, Terry, I was on a couple of other streams. I had about 7 streams going.
Yeah, I know your feelings on it, mate, so it's all right.
No. I'll still support you on it.
Yeah, Jeff, I know it is. I want to get this one done, and hopefully one more before Acme comes up.
I'm going to go anyway. I need to go and get stuff done. Speak to you all later. Bye for now.
All right.
Later.
This can't have been how they attached the spare wheels on a Panzer IV. This is just nuts. Unless they've got this totally wrong. You've got these little bits of metal towards the end of just near the rear of by the mudguard. And apparently a spare wheel fits in that. But I can't. How the hell? No. It's got to be wrong. Any Panzer IV experts out there?
No, I'm not a tank guy, so I'm not any help. I'm sure.
Turn this around a bit. Just there. A spare wheel is supposed to fit in that. Let me get a spare wheel. Now that's supposed to sit in there. And it doesn't even fit.
I don't know, on my Sherman, they just got it laying up front on the front deck.
Yeah, I've got a Sherman up on the shelf there, and that was just a dream to build, but that was Tamiya. This is Bandai.
They got a railroad tie strapped across the front between the two front fenders, and they got it just propped up on the spare wheel is just propped up on that on my Sherman.
I'm going to need to see that at some point because I need to detail my Sherman at some point this year. I've already done some stowage on the back.
But, this kit came with a ton of it. Actually, I ordered some more. I ordered a bunch of 30 millimeter ammo boxes. I'm going to put on add a half a dozen of those on.
What scale's your Sherman, Bob?
135th.
135. Yeah, nice size.
It's the Italieri kit, the Easy 8 kit.
Yeah, we're on the stream earlier on. We were talking about the good companies that are around at the minute who have really taken the bit and run with it to bring out superb quality models, and some of the newer companies that are coming out. And we were talking about this company called Tacom. The thing that brought them on my radar was last week or the week before my birthday, and I got the Spitfire by Airfix, which I absolutely adore the detail, but it had its problems, and that was on the unboxing. And then I unboxed the Tacom, which I've no experience of whatsoever. They only came on my radar recently because one of the subscribers on my channel was mentioning it in chat that they were such a good company, but Chinese. I said, what do you mean by but Chinese? And he goes, well, you know, the reputation for the Chinese just copying other people's models and releasing stuff cheap. But Tacom are making their own ground-up 1-16 tanks. So I was totally impressed when I got this kit. It's the Tacom Panzer 1, unboxed it, and wow, just so blown away. £40 it cost in English money. I guess that's about $52 American. And the detail and the unboxing was an experience to behold. The instructions were like a...
Here you go, Chad.
Magazine.
Right here. Yeah. They're not far away.
What? That's Tacom?
No. That's a Bachmann train. My friend Chad popped in from Chad's Trains and Things. He didn't see any model train
sorry.
on the stream.
I was just waffling away. I do apologize.
No problem.
Anyway, the Tacom kit just blew me away. The quality of it and the detail, the level of detail was just stunning. And if you are looking for a tank to build, I thoroughly recommend the Tacom 1-16 Panzer 1. They've got two different versions of it out, and it's just stunning and cheap, really cheap for a 1-16 scale model. Anyway, that's my advertising done. Hey, Chad. Hey, KRD.
Anybody that just joined us new, we're just hanging out. You're welcome to pop in the stream if you want. We're filling in for Joey tonight. Couldn't have his stream. And we're working on our cancer awareness group build, which officially started today. But you can welcome to hop in and shoot the bull and just hang out. That's what we're doing. Doing a little building while we're hanging out. So that LED you were going to put in there, was that for the headlight or the?
Yeah, it's for the headlight. And then Joe Souza, who I believe you met the other week on the show and tell, he said that the German tanks had a rear red light as well. And I just thought, realistically, I just want this to run around the garden. There's no point in me putting lights in because no one's ever going to see it. But I've still got it. It's here. If I do decide to put it in at a later date, I will do. I just want to get this one finished because I'm on the 30-second live episode of building this on my channel, and it's just taking so long because people keep on suggesting things, and I'll go with it. It's like the Zimmerit coating that I've put on it. It took me 2 weeks to finish that, and it's still not finished because I'm finding little bits that I've missed out. I mean, I've just completed the Zimmerit on the rear end. I mean, it doesn't look like anything now, but when that's got the full coating on,
right,
that's the effect. And then we hand painted the decal. I hand painted the decals the other day, and I showed you the process of that. And you know, when you're first doing these things, hand painting decals can put you off when you get a wobbly line or it doesn't look right. But the whole point when you're using paints, I think you'll agree, is that you can touch up and touch up and touch up a million times until it looks something like you need it to be. So, and I didn't want to use proper water slide decals on it because they wouldn't have stuck anyway, not on the Zimmerit.
Not on Zimmerit, no. Too much texture.
The only option was to paint it. I mean, unfortunately, the numbers are two different sizes, but at least they look tidy enough.
That's all right. They were painted on by hand anyway.
Yeah.
I've had that argument for a long time on invasion stripes on the World War II aircraft.
Well, I had some guy telling me that the Zimmerit pattern was actually wrong on this. I'm not about East Coast because he mentioned it was a waffle pattern, not that one, because the waffle pattern was used. But this pattern, I was told, was wrong for the Panzer IV by someone else who does detail stuff and goes in for IPMS shows. And I says, well, you're wrong because and I showed him the reference photo, which I've still got here for anyone who doesn't believe me. Image, there we go. Boom. That's the reference photo I used. And if you compare that, if I move the camera across, to the pattern I've got, it is absolutely bang on the same pattern.
Yeah.
Let me zoom the picture in more. 1 sec. Let me move it around to the front so you can see the front.
Well, the armor guys at IPMS and they're the worst. They can tell you if you have one rivet too many. Speaking of rivet counters, the slightest details wrong, they're all over it.
Oh, I get it. As far as this model goes, it's not the most accurate model because it's a 1975 by Bandai. They got lots of things wrong on it, but that's not the point. I built the kit as it was, as it came out of the box, how Bandai intended it to be, apart from the Zimmerit, which I've added. But I think the Zimmerit makes the model pop. I really do.
Yeah.
And then when we get the skirts on, it's going to look even better. So I'm just on with the skirts now. Just tidied these up, ready for painting. I can't spray paint them now because it's far too late at night, and I'll be waking up half the neighbourhood if I put my big industrial compressor on. So yeah, that's.
Hey Marcy, how are you today?
I'm just reading what Scale Model Muse just said. Wrong. Only IPMS uses that word.
It's true, and it's only the armor guys, really.
Yeah.
I've had an argument for a long time with several guys that said because I hand paint my invasion stripes on that they're not even, and I showed them pictures of planes being painted with kitchen mops.
Absolutely.
And they just drew a chalk line down the side of the plane, and there's guys saying one's got black paint and one's got white paint and kitchen mops, and they're slopping the paint on it. It was complaining because my lines weren't crisp enough. It's like they painted them by hand with kitchen mops.
Oh, mate, I was absolutely gutted. I spent so much time doing the invasion stripes on my Mosquito that I've got to get them precise and straight and even and looking equal. And then I see some photographs online of the messy work the RAF did on the real planes. And I thought, why did I spend that much time doing that? I could have just painted it on by hand, just like you do yours, and give it a much more accurate look.
Yes, I got pictures of them. They just drew a did a chalk string and snapped the line, and that they painted them by hand.
Yeah.
There was no precision at all.
It's only when you start researching the actual photographs, because when you're a modeler, I don't know if you're like me, but you see other people's models, you think, wow, I'm never going to be that good. But then you go looking online at what the actual real things look like, you think, well, you've done that too exact. It's too much. The real things did not look like that. They didn't have perfect paint jobs. It wasn't the bright yellow and the bright green and the this and the that. It was all done, and it was worn, it was chipped, it was broken, So, yeah, pays to do a little bit of research before you start worrying about stuff.
You have to excuse the dust a little bit, but same thing here.
Put yourself on, big mate.
I hate doing the crisp doing masks for my camouflage.
Uh-huh.
Because they very rarely did that. It was always just sprayed on by hand. So it's got fading and over marks on it. It's never crisp and clean straight lines. Hey Charlie, you're welcome to jump in if you'd like. We're just hanging out. Started the cancer awareness group build and filling in for Joey, who couldn't be here today.
And mate, don't worry about the dust, because the real things were covered in mud, dust, and everything.
Yeah. I got a little thick on dust here down in the basement. I need to spend a day with my brush.
You need to collect all the dust up and use it as a medium for weathering.
Yeah. Down here in the basement, though, I get enough dust that I could use it as snow. If anybody who wants to join the cancer awareness group build and would like the cover banner picture, just shoot me an email and I will send it to you, or you can just screen grab it off of my videos. Either way, it was Kenny May put that together for us. He does them for us every year. Puts together a banner thumbnail. But if you want to use that, that's fine. Or if you want to use your own, that's fine too. But just send me an email if you'd like a copy of it.
Oh, what's going on, Charlie Matt? What's going on, man? That's cool that he's watching.
Surviving the storms up there, Charlie? Oh, Terry's on backstage. Okay. So is Marcy.
Oh, we got Hobby Band joining us. Great.
Hey.
Hey, Marcy. Sorry, I couldn't see down there.
That's all right. You guys hit on my favorite topic. Ribbon-counting douchebags.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I had one time, I kid you not, tell me that a person who was there was wrong. I looked right at the guy and I said, look, asshole, my grandfather told me these things, and I kind of think he might know what he's talking about. And then I reach in my bag and I whip out a roll of pictures and fling them across the table. That is what he did for a living, and walked away.
Wow.
Yeah, and it is solely the ones who look at military.
I don't know. Sci-fi guys, they're on a different level too.
Yeah, but at least their nitpicking can be validated with current material.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're not going to question, when you say my grandfather, ... fill in the blank, they're not going to question you because it's documented left and right.
Right.
And it's like half the guys that make these whiny complaints never made it out of the kitchen or off mop detail and actually served in active combat. So they don't know what the stuff looks like. They've only ever seen, museum quality that just rolled out of the factory.
Well, even the museums get it wrong. I mean, when I was doing the research before this.
I'm
Zimmer.
saying neat and tidy, regardless of whether they're actually physically accurate. They're clean. The lines are perfect, etc.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
And nothing during World War II was clean. Everything was a rush job.
Yeah, like I said earlier, they slapped it on with a fucking mop. Literally. I mean, some of the airplanes, they get up, on the top of them literally with a floor mop and sling the paint all over.
Yeah. I got pictures of doing invasion strikes with the kitchen mops, which were
that's
doing the
what I'm
dishes.
talking about. The same kind of thing, yeah. But oh no, because they're who they are and they're right. And yeah, no, fuck those assholes. No, but the whole thing of it is you're doing it, you're replicating something from a source you found as accurately as you can from said source. And at the end of the project, if you're pleased with your work, that's all that matters.
Probably the biggest one I get is whenever I show my fire flash. It shows that they complain that the color's wrong, and then everybody says the color's wrong, and it comes around at the end of the day, and there's a gold medal next to it.
Yeah. Well, if it was so fucking wrong, then what's this, right?
Because I used automotive color, so it's my fire flash has a slight metal flake to it, which I think makes it look really cool, especially more in scale, even because it's
it gives a little more character, yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's supposed to be just straight light blue, and then the judges put down a gold medal at it, and I just kind of looked at that guy. Several times it's happened, and
I would pick it up and just bitch smack the first idiot that said something derogatory about your work with the gold medal and leave the coin print on their face. It's like, and it's usually people that somehow think that your skills are better than their own. So it's like an ego/jealousy kind of thing.
It could be.
Most of the time it is. Because I mean, I do stuff, and I'll periodically take it to my model building group. And I've said it before. My model building group are, they're 50 plus. Some of them are 60 plus, all retired, and more than a few of them are military.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with us 60-year-olds.
And I'm almost one of y'all too. But point being, it's describing my group of old dudes I hang out with once a month. There's a couple of ladies, there's a girlfriend or two that hang out with a couple of the guys that are my age, we're in our 50s. And it's a decent group of people. And these guys will come up and they'll look at a project you're working on and ask you what the story is with your project. What story is this going to tell? And you'll have an actual real discussion about it with them. And they give you their insights on what they would do. And there's no negativity per se. But it's just like you get more ideas to throw into the toolbox for later.
Yeah, it's constructive.
Yeah. I mean, we have this one who will come over and, you can see their eyes roll, and you ask them if they want a little blue tack to hold them in place, and you walk away from them. It's, like I said, we have one, and that's exactly what I ask him every time I see his eyes shoot towards his eyebrows. I'm like, you want a little blue tack for that? And the whole place busts out laughing, and he just stomps down out of the way and goes and gets coffee.
Excellent.
Like, you just take your man baby self over in the corner and go cry, and we'll send someone to check on you if you're not back in 10.
Right.
Perfectly described.
Yeah, I have. There's no place for someone who would bring that much negativity into the environment. There just isn't.
Well, there's no point. If you can't say something nice, shut the hell up.
Right. It's like, you kiss your mother with that mouth. It totally, absolutely turns me off. I'm absolutely never going to get a passport and go to Telford. I'm not, because I'll get arrested.
If I'm not happy with the model that I'm showing online, though, I'll just use a lower resolution camera.
Yeah, right. The 20-foot rule, right?
Yep.
And again, if you're not happy with it, you're also going to say, well, I did this and I did that, and it didn't quite turn out the way I planned. And maybe later on you might strip it down and try it again, or not. You put it on the shelf, you walk away from it, you go on to the next one.
Well, Marcy, if ever you want to show your stuff off, I do this show called the Show and Tell Show on a Saturday. You're more than welcome to join and show us some of your stuff. Nobody criticizes. It's just about basically compliments and suggestions. That's all. It's just it's one of my favorite things that I do, rather than the constant grind of building. It's just something for us to show off our stuff, and it really is a joyous event. I get so much pleasure out of it, looking at other people's stuff.
Hey, Jess.
Yeah, still waiting. Is that scale model Snail popped in? Is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, Snail. Where were you this Saturday? People promising to join us for the show.
Yeah, I think we're all juggling too many lives and too much life. We never end up all in the same place.
And it's not a good time for the US, I guess. 9 p.m. Saturdays. That's what, 12.
Actually,
12?
if it's 9 p.m. Eastern American time.
No, UK time. I think it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
So it would be 1 o'clock. Yeah. So yeah, because you guys switched your clocks already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be 1. It would be 1, not 2. Yeah, and Saturday afternoon. Yeah, it's Saturday, and I'm going back to work starting tomorrow. I've been off work for a couple of months, and now that I've got Dad in order, I can go back to work a couple days a week. So I'm gonna have one more day less, essentially, looking at the time frame between work and sleep for those 2 days, and having to reassign tasks I do on those days to other days. So
what do you do for a living, Marcy?
Whether or not a Saturday happens, just retail.
Oh, okay. I used to work in retail back in the day.
Coming back to my favorite time of the year, Halloween-a-mass. I say it that way because all the holiday shit's all out at the same time.
I love Halloween because at the hotel I work in, we have a competition between the departments to make a pumpkin. And man, never let a modeler near a pumpkin. Who's going to win?
Right, tell me about it. You're going to come out with something real fancy.
I'm an RC modeler. You've got no chance. This thing's going to have lasers, LEDs.
When I have the time, or if my son and his girlfriend are here, somebody ends up carving something fantastic for the forge.
Yeah.
We'll do
painting. This thing's got lasers.
We'll do one traditional, with the triangular eyes and nose and the jagged mouth. And then the next 2 or 3, if we buy a bunch, we'll just have actual carvings in the surface, or silhouettes where you can put a candle inside.
I thought about you yesterday, Marcy. I was at Michael's, and they have skeleton spiders.
Yeah, those kind of make me twitch, considering the fact that spiders don't have any fucking bones. But we won't talk about that.
They look kind of cool, though.
I just every time I see those, it just makes me cringe. It's like, really? These are being made in a country where the culture is considered highly intelligent.
Highly intelligent culture with the world, the state it's in now. Oh, show me one.
I mean, come on. If we don't know that spiders wear their insides on their outsides, we have a problem.
Yeah, I was looking to see if maybe I could find a skeleton that was the right size.
Oh, yeah. I always kind of rummage through that stuff.
For my Rommel's ride, because I don't think Miguel's going to get those done in time for Acme. But the all skeletons I had were too big. So I guess I'm just going to use the kit ones and then worry about it later.
Yeah. Worst case, just use those guys. I'm gonna be getting the ones that he's doing too if he ever gets around to it.
I need to call and remind him.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to him the other day and I asked him a couple questions because I started fiddling with my printer again. And he's like, "Oh yeah, well, if you're not busy over the weekend, I can give you a crash course. We can do a call." And it's like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. I don't know how somebody with as many children as he has can be unbusy at any point in his day.
Oh, what problem you having with your printer, Marcy?
Oh, it's not a problem. It's just I finally actually have had the opportunity to fool with it and use it.
Oh, got ya.
When I first got them, I got them out, had them all set up, and then my older boy had to move back home for a while, so I had to pack my shop up so he could have that room. And then when he got his own place, I was, working practically full time and never really had the time to put it all completely back together. So I've been picking away at it one section at a time, trying to tidy it up and, put my tables and everything back together. And I finally got my printer set up. And I didn't even get the opportunity to print a test print. They literally were, wiped down, taken out of the box, wiped down, and set on the table. And then I had to put them back away.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So it was like, really? Okay, fine. This is the universe telling me no 3D print for you now. So we put them back in the box.
Did you get a PLA or did you get a resin one?
I got 2 resin ones. So I forget
That's
what
cool.
the other one is, but the one that I took out of the box is the Mono 4K and a cubic.
Yeah, 3D printer's going to be on my want list, without a doubt.
Yeah, I need to have a permanently dedicated room. Hey, Ted. And I won't have that really until we move. This place is it's one room too small. And, we don't have a garage or any kind of a, basement or anything like that. So, yeah, until we move out of here, I'm going to have to make do with what I have. And I'm taking up 2 areas of the house as it is. This section of the house is supposed to be a dining room, which we've never used as a dining room. So it wasn't a big deal to move some of my stuff into here. And, the back bedroom, with only one of my kids here, I have the one small bedroom. It's just, there's really just not enough room. And I've been trying to kind of condense down things and take some things to storage that don't need to be here in the house. Like 10 copies of the same kit, If Fred ever runs out of Pro Streets, he needs to come and beg for me to get him.
I think it's good when you've got the willpower to go for a good clean out.
Yeah, it's just that there's so much, and it's just me doing it, so I have to decide what I want to take. I have to look at it and go, is there any way in Tinker's damn hell is this going to get built in the next year? If the answer is no, put it in the box. That'd be about 80% of what's here.
Yeah.
Because the projects that I do want to work on, that I have things individualized for, I do work boxes for each project. So depending on the size of the project, it'll either be the kit box with all the extra third parties and whatnots thrown into the box if there's room, or it'll expand into those stackable containers that have the 2 levels that are about 5-6 inches deep. It's up to, like a large Rubbermaid storage container that you could put multiple kits in, but one project is in each. I've got 6 of those set up right now for dioramas, the big ones, and 3 smaller ones for current working projects. No, 4 smaller ones for current working projects. So once I finish off these smaller ones, I can get onto starting my garage diorama. That's really the one I want to start. Yeah, it's like every time you go to the hobby shop, there's something new, or you pick something up off your list, because I have a running list of items I'd like to get for each project. So every time I go in the hobby shop, I get what I'm going after, and then I'll get a couple of things off that list.
Oh, it's an effort not to buy something when you go to the hobby shop. It's so difficult. So difficult.
Yes, I said dioramas. But yeah, and with having the 3D printer, I can make a lot of the things that I want to add to it. That way I won't have to break into kits and take parts out of kits. And, I don't want to have too much mishmash and junkyard stuff. Because I literally actually gave away 2 full crates of just miscellaneous stuff. I mean, there was anything you could think of in there. There were bodies, there were trees that could be used for dioramas, there were tires and rims and, random suspension parts and steering wheels, and just some of it was Warhammer parts. There was just so much crap. But now I figure once I get my brain wrapped around how the 3D printing itself works, then I can invest in a better machine than the 2 that I have. And either, sell those off or give them away.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy once you get the computer side of it figured out. And then you also have to figure out where if you're in the house, you're not, but me out here in the garage, I have to deal with the elements.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it
Yeah.
There's so much
Same
stuff
thing when you paint. I mean, you have the same problem when you paint, so.
Well, usually in winter, I don't do any YouTubing at all. When I started this channel about 3 years ago, I only did it in the summer for the last couple of years. But this summer, I've lagged the shed out so that I can keep on doing it over winter. And it's the best thing I've ever done, because when I lagged the shed out, I had to have a clear out. So I got rid of so much trash, stuff that I'm never going to use in a million years. And I feel better for it. And it's now nice and toasty warm. I think it's
Yep, and you can be in there anytime you want now.
Yeah. I'm not in anyone's way. Just hidden from sight in my own little world.
That's what took here. We had to clear out the entire basement so they could move in a new HVA system, and about half the stuff went straight into a dumpster. And then I found, I got all this room now.
Yeah, that's kind of my problem here. We've been here since 2007, and the cupboards and closets really need to be gutted. There's just things that, we don't need this right now. We don't need this right now, And every time I go in something, I find something I forgot I still had, which means I don't need it.
Absolutely that.
So if it's something that can be donated, I'm going to donate it or give it to a friend or whatever. And, if it isn't, it's going to go in a bin. All the trash rats can go dumpster diving and, sell it off at their flea markets or whatever. I don't care. It'll be out at the curb.
I am a natural born hoarder, though, without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I am.
I'll always think, I'll have a use for that at some point.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was getting with my hobby stuff. That's why I gave away 2 crates of loose bits. I just packed the crates full, and it's like, here, have fun.
Well, that's kind of part of being a modeler. I mean, you just can't throw nothing away.
Well, let's say it's difficult. It's difficult to throw stuff away.
I mean, I got dozens of boxes like this over this floor.
Yeah, well, my thing is, too, once I do have that dedicated space, I'm going to be back in that mindset. Oh, no, we're not getting rid of that. Throw it into a big bin in the corner, and put a big sticker on it that says miscellaneous crap. And 20 years from now, go, what the hell's in this box? And scrape off all the spiders and go, oh, I thought I got rid of all that. Yeah. And another good thing about downsizing the amount of things while we're here is when we do finally leave from here, there'll be less to move. So there is a method to my madness.
Yeah, we had our utility room was completely full of stuff like Christmas decorations and stuff that we don't use anymore. It's like, man, this stuff needs to go.
Yeah, that would probably be the one thing that I would never downsize would be my Christmas things. I don't use it all, but a lot of it belonged to my grandmother.
I think one of the worst things that gets stored and forgotten about is when you purchase something, I don't know, like a toaster or whatever, you've got the box for it. So you keep the box just in case you've got to send it back. And the box always ends up staying in storage for decades. I mean, I went up into my loft the other day and the amount of boxes from stuff.
Yeah. And when I say boxes, I flatten them out.
Yeah.
So I end up with lots of boxes because they're, small and flat and they can be tucked in between things. Yeah. Yeah,
That's a
I
great
was in
idea.
one
I
of the
don't know why I
cupboards.
don't start doing that.
Yeah. Now you'll have more boxes. But no, I was in one of the
Oh
one of
my
the cupboards
God.
the other day cleaning it out, and I found a stack of said boxes. It's like we don't even have any of these things anymore. Why the hell do I still have the box?
Well, you think, oh, that box will come in handy if ever we move. Oh my God.
No, they're not even suitable for anything like that. They're just, and that's another goal too. When we do finally do that, the only thing I want to have to pack up would be clothes and dishes. Everything else will already be created, and any furniture would obviously have to be moved. But yeah, I'm just trying to get ahead of the game before we do finally make that move. And it's long overdue. There's just so much stuff here. There's no reason for it anymore.
I've got to get a 3D printer though. I'm so behind the game on that.
I waited for a while. I actually amassed quite a collection of 3D printable files long before I even thought about what printers I was getting.
But there's so many people who are selling 3D printed parts now, extra add-on parts for models online, and I'm thinking it's got to be quite profitable as well to have a 3D printer if you want to make stuff to sell online.
You would have to have a printer farm.
Right. Are they really that slow?
For some things, yes, they can take hours.
Or days.
Or days, yeah. And if you don't have something with a large enough print surface on it, you have to cut larger models into pieces, and however much time each section of one of those is going to take. That's why I want to move on to something different, after I get all the basics under and get comfortable with doing it, move on to a machine with a larger footprint. But yeah, you literally would have to have 20 to 30 machines at any given time, constantly going around the clock. You'd have to have a proper, properly ventilated space, properly temp controlled space. It's hard enough to keep one or two printers in an environment where it's healthy for the machine to work properly.
Well, Marcy, you've got a big enough printer. I bet you could print a body on that.
It'd take a while.
You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest
part. I'd have to stand it up on end.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, that's still, learning how to support them things too. That's like 3/4 of the battle.
I like to get one just for printing the extra small detail parts, wheels and engines and distributor cabs and things like that.
Yeah.
different aircraft props and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cockpit detail parts.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, because I mean, you get so many kits that really don't have anything to them as far as details for interior or whatever, and some of them have aftermarket stuff available, but some of it's so expensive. Making it in the long run would be cheaper. You just need to get a proper file. Now, I'm not going to be out there making like Miguel does, creating things on it to print. That's not what I want. If I want something like that, I'm going to go to him and say, hey, can you make me this? And then I'll buy the file off of him or somebody, that makes those types of things.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's, a lot of the small parts. Some things, I mean, I personally don't like scratch building. I don't. I would rather just print it. That's, there's times where I've had to do things from scratch and because nothing else made sense, or 3D printing wasn't available yet. But no, I don't have the patience for that crap.
Well, just think 5 years ago. I mean, if you didn't like the wheels that came in a kit, you had to find something out of another kit, or you just SOL.
Yeah, and you're pirating things out of kits, and then those kits are incomplete, and then you got to do this, and you got to do that, and you got to do that. I would rather not pull kits apart unless, like I said, it's something that I've got, 5 or 10 of.
And here's a perfect example. This kit comes with a 6-cylinder engine, which I'm fine with, but it would probably look really cool with a nice Hemi in there, and there's probably enough room. But I don't have a Hemi to put in there without.
I was gonna say
Trust me, Kevin, it's definitely not instant. The last thing that I printed took over an hour. That's not instant.
Yeah, there's like for me, because I have all my printers out in the garage, I have to set the times to, like, instead of 3 seconds, it's like 14 to 16, and a like 2-inch figure, like Warhammer figure, takes like 12 hours.
Wow, that's crazy.
But I don't have a choice. I have to print it that way if I want it to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one in there right now that's, what was it? Almost 4 hours. It was like 3 hours and 53 minutes was the estimate on the screen. And that was about an hour ago that I set it up. So.
Well, and the worst part
turns out.
And the worst part is, the worst part is, sometimes that timer's not right. It could take 5 hours instead of 4, or take 3 hours instead of 4. Like, it's
yeah, sometimes they do. I swear, I use Microsoft time. Mine have been pretty close to what they say.
Then you go on the PLA side of it.
I haven't done PLA, so
a base can take, days to print out.
Yeah, that's something I want to invest into, but again, I want to have a dedicated space. I use water washable resin, so I'm not gassing out my animals.
Well, you got to be careful with that too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, but still, it's much better. I've got an air cleaner running. I've got a big Honeywell air cleaner, and I've got my vent.
Did you do the charcoal filters that you can buy?
No, I just use the regular HEPA filters in the Honeywell, and then I have my vent. I flip on my switch when I walk out of the room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's these little white boxes. Like if you go on the sites, there are little white boxes that say filters.
Mm.
There's the little fans on the back, and you just put those in, and some of them are like $5-10, and some of them are like 50 because you can actually put it in, refill them.
Mm. Do those actually work though? Do they do anything of merit?
So,
do they actually do anything of merit, or is it just another money grab?
Brian's backstage, Bob. Yeah, I haven't personally used them, but I've heard from people that have gotten them to work, and they say they work.
Are they testing their air quality though? Legit testing their air quality before and after? That's what I'm saying. Are they another money grab? Which I really honestly think they are. Just like anything else we use, proper ventilation, end of story.
I'll tell you what they told me is the room doesn't smell near as bad, right?
That's what I've seen on the videos. That just means they've been smelling it so long that their ability to deal with it is different.
Yeah, totally agree.
It's still a toxin going into the air, whether you smell it or not.
Right. Like anything else in this world.
See you, Ted. Hey, Brian.
Hey.
Less shaking, bacon.
Ain't nothing to it. Hey, Jess. I saw somebody else. Hey, East Coast.
Have a safe drive home, Ted.
Y'all, Bob, you might know. Trying to make sure before I do this. I've heard you can, and I've heard you can't. Flocking for a box stock build.
I don't think you can.
I'd have to go. I'm going to say no.
Bare metal foil is about the only thing you can do because that's considered part of the paint finish. Or you can use different decals. You don't have to use the kit decals, and you can use bare metal foil. That's about it on cars. Airplanes, you can just do basic rigging. Unless the instructions in the kit show you to do the rigging like on an airplane, then you can do it. Otherwise, they'll let basic rigging like an antenna line or something like that you can put on.
All right, then. Well, I'm almost done with the interior then. I got a little bit of bare metal foil to do.
Yeah, box stock's boring, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you still in my opinion, when you do a box stock build, your detail has to go the extra to the extra limit. You've got to be more precise, and because there's not the extra goodies to look at.
Yeah, there's no extra eye candy.
Yeah, that's just my
most
opinion.
Of what they vote on is your paint job anyway.
Has one.
Yeah.
Most of it comes fit and finish. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, which is where they get me. I'm not that great at like body painting, but like interior and detailing, I can do like no other.
And I'll be honest, I've stuck a few through on a box stock class that had plug wires on it, but I just left the hood shut.
You know, I think I've only put things into actual competition twice. You know, I just don't care to carry my stuff around. I just don't feel like safe carrying it around. You know, even if nobody's touching it, you know, it's on a table. I personally have to pack it up into a box and get it where it's going and get it back in one piece. I get too rattled that it's out there. I just don't. No. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, you can go to the IPMS website and they've got the rules listed for what qualifies for box stock and what doesn't for each category. But and usually if you're doing it at IPMS, then you got to, if you want to enter box stock, you got to bring the instruction sheet too and have that with it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
look and make sure that that part came with it, or that the instructions said to add this part. You know.
Right.
Well, guys, it's been a blast. I've got to go. I'm at work in a few hours' time, so I'm going to get some shut-eye. Thanks for having me along, Bob.
All right. Thanks for stopping in.
Hey, anytime,
Have a
mate.
good
It's
one,
always a
Jerry.
pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Later, dude.
Later.
Okay.
I'm back.
So we're working on that vet, Brian. Is that what you're working on?
Yeah.
You finally get the scratches out?
No. I could see. I think I sanded down to 3,000. I think I went all the way down to 3,000, maybe 2,000, but you could still see fucking sand marks in it. I even after I primed it, I wet sanded it again and then painted it, and by the time the paint dried, you could see the new scratches in it. And so I clear coated it, and you wouldn't even know it. That shit is smooth as hell.
Oh yeah. What'd you clear coat it with? 2K?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there's ways. There's ways around it. The box stock, because technically, if the plastic came in the box, then it doesn't. It would qualify, but some of them won't let you. But instead, if I've got one where I went in and put plug wires on it, one in box stock, and I just left the hood on because they won't take the hood off and look inside.
Right.
Anymore, I'm not usually changing wheels and everything else anymore, so I kind of left box stock behind.
You got me on big screen.
Yeah. Thought you were showing your hood there, so I switched over. There. I'm new at this. I don't do it that often. On this side of it, anyway. I'm on lives all the time, but I'm usually not the host. Not the hostess with the mostest.
You'll get better.
There's a lot of buttons on that side.
Yes, there are. Well, I haven't
And they
figured
keep
them out.
adding new stuff too.
I don't have them all figured out yet. I'm working on it. Let's see, can I add those parts now, or do I need to do that later?
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I've actually got to upgrade to a more expensive uh, policy or thing.
Oh, upgrade to StreamYard.
Yeah.
I don't use it enough, but if I get start you doing more, then I'll probably will upgrade it.
Well, see, I did the Black Friday deal, so I only spend $10 a month, but I get pretty much all the perks except for like one or two. You know,
What do they leave out?
like the StreamYard logo, and then like it's just little things like some of the like control features I can't do because I don't have the actual fee. The green room, that would be cool. Um, there's one other thing that has been that I can't do. But heck, you go up to the next plan, it's like $25, and then after that, it's like 100 plus, I think now.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked.
A month?
Yeah.
When you go up past the 25, it jumps up quite a bit now because they have a professional plan.
Yeah, they've added quite a lot to it though, and they're still adding more. So
Right.
Yes, if you make a living off of it. But I can't see it me ever making a living off of it.
there's a lot of people that do nothing but stream for a paycheck. One of my mini painting friends left her job as a teacher this year. It took her, 8 years to get to the point where she could make that decision. She has enough of a following and whatnot, and she's monetized and all that. So, when you're making enough money on it, paying a little bit to use something like StreamYard to do live programming is not a big deal. I don't think I could handle doing this as an actual job.
I may monetize one day, but if I do it just yeah.
It takes away from it, in my personal opinion. I like to be on here to, hang out, people, be social, all the goofy crap we do, and it's kind of like almost being in the same room. It would be worse if we were all actually legit together in the same room because of how most of us are. Yeah, if we were actually like in a bar having a beer or whatever, having a burger, there would be people getting arrested and we'd be bailing them out. I mean, that's just like the kind of people that most of us are. But this is the closest thing to that,
Well, and then if you really are trying to stream, you got to be on more than one platform too. That's the part that gets kind of.
Yeah, you have to be able to link to whatever the common platforms are at the time, whatever's popular. And there's all kinds of rules, and you can't do this and you can't do that. And, if the algorithm here picks up one note from a TV program, song, or a commercial, they blacklist your video or they take the audio off of it.
Yeah, I don't know what from time to time I don't get full demonetized on some on my lives, but they get limited. And I don't know what I'm doing from one stream to the next for it to be limited.
All it takes is one person to swear one time.
Have you heard my live stream?
Yes.
Okay. So what was different this weekend from last weekend?
I don't know. Did somebody have something playing in the background?
No,
Or anything that could have been misconstrued as an audio in the background?
I don't. Not to my knowledge. I didn't hear anything.
You know, did somebody link anything in the chat that was not YouTube linked? It doesn't even have to be anything bad, just something that's not resident on YouTube.
We link stuff in the chat all the time.
Yeah.
As far as like products and stuff that somebody might use for something, or somebody's asking a question about in the chat. We do that all the time. Almost every stream, something gets linked.
It literally could be anything or nothing. You know, if you get flagged for something, you have to question it, because you're not getting flagged by a human. You're getting flagged by the algorithm, and the algorithm is wrong 90% of the time.
Oh, yeah.
So if you don't contest it, nothing's going to be done about it. You have to actually get a human to review it.
I got a copyright warning on a video that had music in it. You took the music from their YouTube's library.
Yeah, I got one of those too. And I sent a bitchogram to him about it. It's like, look, if I can't use it, get it off your website. And I got a letter of apology, a canned letter of apology. It wasn't actually something that somebody wrote, blaming the algorithm. It's like, teach your algorithm better then, because it's not the algorithm's fault. It's an idiot. It's the computer programmer at the other end not putting in enough information.
Yeah, it's the music you provide for us to use on our
and you're telling me I can't use
royalty
it now.
free, and then you give me a copyright warning.
But see, the other thing is, it's not necessarily a U.S. thing. It could be a overseas thing too.
No, well, I deleted the video, reloaded it, and put the song back on there again, and it went away. Exact same song, exact same music, exact same video, and I sent them an email about it, and then they...
Yeah, and if it's something that's not allowed in another country to be viewed, they fully block the video. That is something that they have to do. Like with the communist countries, they're not allowed to view certain things. So they are completely blocked from their side. And, like what Senior was saying, anything remotely government related gets mentioned, and that shit always comes up in our conversations. That can get things pulled as well. Yeah, and see that right there is bullshit. We're replicating a piece of history, and if it has a swastika on it, I'm gonna put a fucking swastika on it. I know what it is. I know why it was there. I know the history behind the symbol. I know where he stole it from. I'm not going to sugarcoat future generations' world. If we keep ripping little bits and pieces out of history, this stuff's going to happen again and again and again.
That's the whole goal right there. That's why they want to tear down. That's what they did in Germany. They got rid of the history.
It's actually a criminal offense to publicly display the swastika in several places. That's why the model companies are not putting them in the kits anymore. Yeah, that's true, East Coast. I see a lot of that crap too. And I see a lot of it on a lot of the social media. Facebook, all the other ones that have come and gone over the years. They are direct violations of the terms of service agreement they signed. They're a direct violation of the law. There's just so many things wrong with it. And then if you see that stuff and you report it, they don't do anything. Yeah, they flagged the General Lee kit for the fucking flag. Hello?
Yeah.
It's a replica from a TV show. It's kind of got to have that on it.
Well, they don't
You
even
know,
have
did-
flags anymore either.
and they don't even understand where that flag came from. Again, the fucking history. You know, if you're maybe if it offends you, maybe you need to understand why it offends you. And how can you understand it if the information isn't available?
It's not.
My dog is dancing across the kitchen. My son's girlfriend was leaving. She's like, "Wait a minute! Don't you leave without petting me! Don't you leave without petting me!"
Well, usually anymore,
She needs to be fed, right?
they will put the decal in there and it'll cut the piece off for one going to Germany, or they'll break it up and or they'll put the swastikas as a separate sheet, or they'll split them in half so they're in two separate decals and you can put them together.
Everyone I've seen, the arms have been cut off and they're nowhere to be found on the decal sheets. They're just literally two straight lines with the curved sides. The arms are completely gone.
But yeah, it's got to the point where if I'm putting one on a German aircraft up, I blur the swastika out before I put it on Facebook at all because I just know they're gonna.
Well, yeah,
Well, yeah,
you know, on social media, you know, they're going to have a fit. Yeah.
Even if you post that to a model building group, Facebook,
yeah,
damn.
a private model building group, no less. You know, no, if it's supposed to be there, it's going to fucking be there. And I'm sorry if it bothers you. Go learn a little bit about the past and, you know, go in a corner and cry about it.
We don't know our history. We're doomed to repeat it.
Exactly. You know, and sugarcoating the world is for toddlers, not grown-ass people.
I hope I got another brush with the same tip. This one is dying.
Top drawer on the left, Brian.
What's that?
I said top drawer on the left. At least that's where they are in my stuff.
Second drawer. Nope, that one's angled. I don't think I can get this brush without buying a pack.
Uh-oh. I always hate that.
Be right back.
I was going to say, what brush are you trying to...
This is, I don't even know. Let's see. It's got a 0 on it, but it's got a little bit of width to the brush. It's not like a pen brush. Let's see.
A 0 should be a super long, very narrow brush.
Yeah, this
like
brush is
a pinstripe detailer.
Centimeters, so the tip is maybe about 3 millimeters wide.
Okay.
But it's my favorite detailing brush. Other than the toothpicks.
Right.
My favorite detailing brush has got to be a number 2 liner.
Yes, let's see, that's a like 10-aught. Yeah, these are 10, what is that? 20-aught. So I guess maybe that is just a
You always
zero.
want a brush to be a little bit bigger than what you're intending on painting, so that it holds enough paint in the body to not have to continually dip it.
You got another one I have over here that I use as a dry brush. Let's see. No, it's not that. It's narrower than that one. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to make a trip to Hobby Lobby.
I was gonna say, is there a Michaels near you? They have a better brush selection.
Michaels or Joann Fabrics.
Do they really?
Yeah.
And Hobby Lobby does?
That's a real good.
Hobby Lobby has
way
nothing.
All right.
Way better than Hobby Lobby.
Okay.
Yeah, Michaels or Joann Fabrics
Well,
are
see,
the best
and-
places to go for getting brushes.
And the reason I say Michaels is because they sell individual things.
Yeah, you don't have to buy a whole
Brushes.
Well,
pack,
they do it at Hobby Lobby,
but they don't have a good selection.
Well, I don't know. I thought mine did, but I really ain't never looked at Michaels.
If you go to Michaels or to Joann Fabrics, at Joann Fabrics they have 2 sections where they have paintbrushes.
All right.
One is by the palettes and the palette paper and like the watercolor paint and that. And then there's an aisle in the back where they have the ink and stuff. And they'll have the larger artist brushes and stuff back there. And Michaels usually has one really decent section. And the whole thing is that there's a wide enough selection of individual brushes. So you're not constantly buying packs when you don't need to buy full packs.
Yeah, I always thought Hobby Lobby had a good selection.
No, Hobby Lobby don't have shit. And it's getting close to Christmas now, so they're downsizing the hobby section.
Well, and the worst part is, the paintbrushes aren't in the hobby section. They're down by where, like, the oil paints and stuff.
Yeah, that's where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, they have paintbrushes
for hobby painting is with the hobby stuff.
Yeah, they have. That's where I got this paintbrush was in the model section, but you have to buy a whole set, and I don't want to. They had them over there where the watercolors were at.
Yeah, I just buy them one at a time. Come in a little tube.
They had them over where the watercolors were at, but I didn't want to spend fucking $3 and $4 on a paintbrush. I like the.
That's actually cheap.
Damn. Well, that might have been more than that. I don't remember, especially when I paid like $10 for this set. If I paid that.
That's cheap as fuck. Shit.
It depends on the brush too. I mean, I buy like this Nick Pro set I bought off Amazon. It was like $10 or $12 for.
Let me go check.
Is that the Dugato set or the other one?
I don't remember.
Oh, it's the other one. I have the Dugato set, and I have a set of the clear acrylic handle ones too.
But then when I want a special brush like this 10-aught for doing the fine detail work, I'll spend $20 on a brush.
Yeah. Listen, I have a small selection of super, super tiny detail brushes that are sable. And then I have my Artist Opus. I have 3 sets of brushes.
My favorite one is probably this Testor's 3-aught that I've had for probably 20 years.
I might have a couple of them laying around too. They're in the crappy brush container. They've been beat all to hell. They got glue on them or whatever.
Oh, this one still has always keep the plastic tip on it. The cover on it.
I was gonna say, Marcy, those Artist Opus brushes, those are not cheap, are they?
No, they're not. Nope, they're not. They were a gift.
If you take care of them, they'll last you a long time.
Yep.
I clean if I'm using all my brushes. And my acrylic brushes are separate from my enamel or lacquer brushes. I keep them all separate.
Yep.
And then my acrylic brushes are all sable hair, almost all of them. And when I clean them, I use the Johnson's baby shampoo. Like
that's what my sable ones are, Senior. Windsor and are nice brushes.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby shampoo is really good for brushes.
This is a Flexi file one that I have, the 10-aught that I really like. I like the shape of the handle too. And it
Yeah,
shoots well, but that's almost as important to me as the handle.
I
So,
like the newer brushes that have the ergonomic handles. The ones that are also they're flat. They don't roll off the table when you lay them down.
these are the three-sided ones here.
Yeah, that's what I have is some of the three-sided ones. And then I have the ones that have the ergo grip that's wider down towards where you would hold the brush. Oh, something I tell you to never buy Tamiya hobby brushes. The bristles on those things, they're literally like a rag mop. They sop it up like crazy, and the minute you touch something, they let go every drop. They are the worst paintbrushes ever. The only brush that they make that's any good is their anti-static brush. And I think that runs around $20.
Oh yeah, Winsor Newtons for 20 to 30 each. Yeah, that's
Say if you take care of that brush, it'll last you 10, 12, 15
Yeah.
years, maybe more.
And that's also part of the reason why they're so expensive, because most people that spend the money will take care of them. Whereas the other ones, like that set you got off of Amazon and the ones that I got off of Amazon that are mass produced by the millions and they're super cheap. You know, I abuse the heck out of those. I don't care what happens to those because I know it's only going to cost me $10 to replace a whole set.
Front suspension on it painted as one unit or no?
Okay, I need to bail out of here. I gotta check on my print, and I gotta
Okay.
make dinner for the other humans in the house
Thanks for coming in, Marcy.
and feed Miss Dog. Alrighty, we'll see you later.
All right, have a good night. No, because most of the front suspension needs to be put on after the body goes on, so we don't want to do that.
All right, I'm back.
so. What are you all taking to Acme, Brian?
Well, hopefully I get to go, Josh. To be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were saying that the other day, right?
Yeah, but it'll be if I can get this vet finished. This vet, the C7R, the 55 Chevy Bel Air, and the Malibu I just done. I think that's it. I ain't gonna have much this year. I ain't built much. Life has had me by the balls this year. The balls.
But I got new scalpel blades in because this prowler has tons and tons and tons of flash.
Oh, really?
Yeah, none of it's bad, but
That sucks, man.
like the hood here, there's a line of flash that goes all the way around it. If you just scrape it off, it's not a big deal, but that's from the Ertl era of AMT, so they kind of did things on the cheap to begin with.
I always thought the Ertls were the ones to get as far as they had better detail.
They do have the better detail, but they didn't take care of the tooling very well.
Hey, Brian, there's a question in the chat for you.
They want to know what brand of clear do you use with your Createx paints?
The cheapest automotive 2K clear I can get. I went to my automotive paint supply store, my local paint supply store, and told them I wanted the cheapest thing they had, a quart kit, and that's what I bought. You don't need anything fancy. You just got to take time to learn how to spray it. Because the automotive stuff is generally going to be a tad bit thicker than the model stuff you're going to get. A lot of time that's already pre-thinned. They do send it with thinner. Yeah, but that's all I would recommend to you. Whatever you can get on the cheap. If you don't have a paint supply store in your area, Napa will carry it. Some Napas mix paint and have stuff like that. If you don't really have a Napa in your area, you can try Amazon and see if you can get a quart kit of like maybe U-Paul.
AutoZone's been carrying a bunch of U-Paul stuff.
Have they?
Yeah, at least the one by me. But I also have a racetrack in my town too, so maybe that's some of it.
Yeah, they got to fix their shit after they tear it up, right?
Right. Well, it's not like a NASCAR thing. It's more like a dirt track kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, KRD, let me get my specific brand that I use. The name of this stuff is Smart Classic. my particular mix, it calls for a 4-to-1, 4 parts clear, 1 part hardener. And to that, I add 1 reducer. I use the medium reducer. I paint in my house, in my hobby room. So I'm in a quite controlled environment as far as temperature and humidity. Either that, Unicorn Tears works fantastic. I haven't had any problems with it. Lays down good and smooth with it. What is it? Restoration Shop too, I think, is not badly priced on Amazon. I think that's what NYS Dylan over at NYS uses, is Restoration Shop. Let's see. I think I'm gonna bare metal foil that.
For doing car kits, a quart kit is going to last you forever.
A 0.5 needle nozzle, and I sprayed at about 20 psi. KRD, the guy Chuck that was in my live last night, Styrene Bender's Garage, I believe. I know it's Styrene Bender. I think it's Styrene Bender's Garage. He uses he gets the Duplicolor clear coat, which is an acrylic lacquer.
The 1K, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1K acrylic lacquer from he buys the quart can. He gets that from his automotive store. He cuts it with lacquer thinner. And my past experience with using a 1-pack or an acrylic lacquer automotive primer, if I use lacquer thinner, it literally dries before it hits the substrate. So it dries too fast with regular lacquer thinner. Use the Unicorn Tears in it. I use the Unicorn Tears in an acrylic lacquer primer, automotive primer, and it's almost as good, in my opinion, as the Mr. Surfacer as far as the way it sprays. It has to be cut a little bit more than 1-to-1 because it's naturally thicker.
Yeah.
But you can get down, turn the air pressure down, and just barely pull the trigger back and get those small parts done. So the top is the only one that gets painted black.
Really? Wow, the leveling thinner must be really, really good. I will order some.
Yeah, the level of It's unicorn tears, man.
I know. I need to get some more of that. I got to try it. Like,
yeah.
I got
this same
sample.
This same stuff. You want to paint enamels? You use this 1-to-1 mix with an enamel like MCW enamels, and a little bit of your clear coat hardener. Like I use my 2K clear coat hardener in it. So say I make, I cut it. So I take 4 ounces of paint, 4 ounces of reducer, or I should say mill, because I do everything by I do everything by gram, but let's make it easy and go milliliters. 4 milliliters of paint, 4 milliliters of reducer, and 1 milliliter of clear coat hardener. And you almost don't need to put a clear coat on it. Yeah, this stuff is it's magic in a bottle. Use this in your Tamiya paints. They are far more brushable. They lay down a lot better as a brush paint. Just don't, if you're going to use an enamel, don't use that without hardener. If you're going to use an enamel and you don't want to put hardener in it, use lacquer thinner.
Yeah, leveling is great stuff.
Yeah. Now I haven't sprayed it in Createx either, but you can use Mr. Color leveling thinner in Createx. But that being said, I have not sprayed it. I know it works. I tested it right here on a live stream one night, but I have not sprayed it. By that, when I say I tested it, I mixed it up.
It didn't go all lumpy on you.
No, it doesn't go. It did not go lumpy.
Yeah, that stuff is so versatile. I'm shocked it works with the water, the acrylic paint too, you know?
You're right, yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me with like the Tamiya acrylic, because Tamiya is not a true acrylic.
Yeah. For that stuff,
that's an alcohol-based acrylic, but for regular water-based acrylic like Createx to work is a surprise.
I know with the small sample I had, I got it to work with Stynylrez, but you know,
I didn't. It gums up on me. It turns into a thick paste.
But you know.
Little DNA in this model.
Uh-oh.
At least it was a brand new scalpel blade, so it slows right back up.
Careful, man.
That's what I'm doing right now with bare metal foil. Scalpel blade's the best thing to use for it.
Denatured alcohol with Cretex, but never tried that either. Actually, I would think alcohol would dry that stuff out too quick, and you get.
Well, that's what's in their thinners is alcohol. There's some.
To me, yeah, it's an alcohol based.
No, the Cretex.
Oh, the Cretex.
Right.
I bought some, but I've never used it.
Yeah, I personally I wouldn't when maybe I would try it with their regular colors, but I know that their pearls and candies are a little finicky, and if I'm going to paint their pearls and candies, the only thing I'm going to use is the 4011. I ain't going to use nothing else. I've had problems with it. Cretex calls it seeding, and essentially is what it is little black spots in the paint. Or not black spots, dark spots. Like it seeds the dye or something. I couldn't tell you exactly what it's doing, but I know I've seen funny spots in the paint using the 4012 reducer, and Cretex no longer recommends the 4012 reducer.
I don't even think they sell that stuff anymore.
They might still sell it, but they're not producing it anymore. That's for sure. They haven't produced it in a long time. I think the last time I was in Hobby Lobby, which was a couple of months ago, they still had some.
That's usually where I get all my Cretex stuff.
Yeah, I made out like a fat rat with them. I had just ordered a Candy 2.0 set from Coast Airbrush.
Okay.
And this was several years ago. And then at the same time, right after that, about a week later, they put out a video on their 4050 line of stuff. And and then they said don't use 4012 reducer. And I messaged, I commented on the video. I was like, I just bought a set from Coast Air. I told them where I got it from, Coast Air. And I said it came with that. It came with the 4012 and the 4030. What am I supposed to do? You telling me not to use, and they asked me for my email, and I put my email in there, and within a couple of minutes, I got an email back. Actually got an email from Craig, which I'm assuming was Frazier.
Right.
And I'll show you what he sent me.
Well, believe it or not, if I ever go to like the LA area, that's one of the places I want to visit. I've heard so many cool things about that sales floor shop.
So about a week later, I I received a bottle of 4011 reducer. That is the 8 ounce. Yes, 8 ounce bottle of 4011. I received an 8 ounce bottle of 4050. I received another 8 ounce bottle of 4050. I received a 4 ounce bottle of 4051 and 4052. So they made up for it.
Nice. That is the one thing I will say about Createx. They have got one hell of a customer service center.
Yeah. And I had an issue with their Pearl Yellow first time I went to use it. And I was, sitting there trying to shake it. I never could hear the ball in the bottom of it. And finally I took a stick and went down in there and just pulled out lumps of the pearl that had settled in the bottom.
Ooh.
And so I called Createx. I figured, oh boy, here we go with the prompts. No, nice young lady answered the phone within just 2 rings. I told her my issue. I gave her the lot number on the back of the bottle. And she said, okay, can you give me just a minute? Hold on. I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I wasn't on hold a minute. And she said, okay, we're going to replace that bottle. I just need your address. They replaced my 2 ounce bottle of paint with a 16 ounce bottle of fucking paint.
Right.
I got a 16 ounce. I don't know what I'm ever going to do with all that paint.
Other than use it, you know what I mean?
At some point in time.
I will say this, the Createx stuff, and I've kind of noticed this about all water-based stuff. You got to filter that stuff a lot more than you would some of the other stuff.
Yeah, I've started doing I've definitely started doing that with almost everything I do now. I run it through a 190 micron strainer. Dan, little man Dan, Munchkin Man, what's up, buddy?
Man, he's been all over the place, man. I've seen him in like a couple streams this weekend. Oh, wait. I got to check football scores here for a second. Oh, damn. The Eagles came back and won. Holy crap. Cowboys beat the Patriots? What?
What?
Yeah, 38-3.
Oh boy, there's a lot of happy little girls.
Right?
You said what was the score?
38-3 Cowboys.
Wow.
Man, that's wow. Broncos beat the Bears. I didn't see that coming. Holy crap, the Vikings won a game today? That's funny.
Mont, she's in a lot of pain. She's back there laying down right now. Come on, open.
Our Vikings suck. Yeah. They were actually projected to have a pretty good season, too. That's what kind of shocks me a little bit. Like, I actually picked them to win that division, and then they dropped the first, 3 games by like a landslide each week or something like that.
Oh, shit. Why is that doing that?
I don't watch a lot of football anymore. Used to be like a family pastime for us, but now the dad is gone. We seem to watch it too much anymore.
I probably don't watch as much. I just keep track of the scores.
I ain't watched any pro football in years. I care less about it anymore.
I enjoy when I go to a game, but as far as watching them on TV, I don't watch them that often.
To be honest, I enjoy watching college football way more than I do pros anymore.
Yep.
Because it seems like they freaking care. I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion, but
I've been mostly watching spring football,
spring.
XFL and USFL.
Actually, you know what? I didn't get to watch any of the games because they were on ESPN at the time, but it sounds like the XFL went really, really good this last year.
Yeah, it did. They just merged with the USFL. So I don't know if they're going to have a 16-team league now instead of 2 8s, or they're going to.
Is that still is that XFL? Isn't that Vince McMahon?
So
his daughter and The Rock and somebody else, yeah.
Yeah, the Rock's ex-wife, who owns the production company, is the one that's in charge of that. But yeah, technically it is the Rock's company, but
I didn't know if that was because I know Vince McMahon had done that at one point in time. I think it was the XFL back then.
Yeah, that was before COVID, then they got shut down.
Well, no, this has been years ago.
Yeah, and they tried to bring it back like right when COVID started.
I played like 4 weeks, and then the COVID hit, and then
right.
I'm thinking long before COVID. I'm thinking years ago.
Yeah,
that they tried to do something.
Yeah.
But, used to go to arena football games all the time. Those were a blast.
You ever watched any of that damn lingerie football league? Them fucking girls, they will fuck you up.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Holy crap. And some of them, I don't know. I
All right, Senior. Have a good night, man.
Later, dude.
Yeah, go sit in your easy chair and get your breathing treatment in. Take it easy.
Yeah, I know basketball's about to start here, I think, in the next month. I think they're starting training camp here pretty soon.
I've tried to get into basketball twice in my life.
Oh no.
And as soon as I start watching it, they strike and I say bye.
Now, when it comes to hockey, that's a different story. I'm all in on hockey. I played hockey growing up. I watched hockey. I coached hockey.
That's a sport I know zip zilch zero about. I go, how can you be offsides? It's fucking ice.
Well, so you can't cherry pick. You can't cross the line ahead of the puck. Otherwise, you just have one guy stand down there at the end of the ice next to the goaltender waiting for someone to shoot the puck to him.
Well, they do that in soccer, don't they?
And they have offsides in soccer, too. Hockey is very similar to soccer. It's got a lot of the same nuances, same ideas. But it's the only sport left for middle-sized white guys. Oh yeah, there's a paraplegic team in St. Louis that plays. They're on. They look like basically look like tiny sleds. They got two rail skate blades, and then they have their sticks are like this long, and their sticks, and they're also using them to push themselves around the ice. They will run into the wall at 30 miles an hour, man. Not even think about it. Hit the boards. You know, I bet if I had one, a big old Hemi would fit right down in there. There's plenty of space. There's a firewall at. Firewall. I wonder.
Josh is in the back room. Rised him.
Oh, he dropped. Oh, okay. I didn't know he was gone.
I don't know what happened. It's that time of day, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I can tell being at home like 3:30 in the afternoon when the kids get out of school, my internet slows way down. Even though I have a gigabyte speed, it slows way down about that time every day. Everybody's getting home. Everybody's home from school and they're kicking on their Xboxes or whatever. Well, I'm missing it. Firewall, part number 16. Dashboard.
paddle bots without the bots.
That was all there.
What do I need the bare metal foil on these?
Oh, Houston, we have a problem.
Oh no.
There is no firewall in this kit.
It's not on the body or the tub?
Nope. The
Oh,
separate
wow.
part number 16, and there is no part 16. There's part 17.
Well, you better call that manufacturer up and be like, hey, I need my pot.
Yeah, well, that manufacturer ain't made this kit in 20 years.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I can work around it. But I'm looking at the sprues. I don't even see a tab for part 16.
Bare metal foil package that hardly sticks. Oh, would it do get warm?
Yeah.
Hey, Red.
So I'm working on testing that right now, KRD. Years ago when I first got into building, the first bare metal foil I got was the new and improved, and it didn't stick worth a shit. You got to look at the tag on the front of it. Right now, I'm using the new and improved and it's sticking great. The ultra bright, if you have the ultra bright, that shit don't stick now. And how you can tell it ain't gonna stick is literally when you pull it off the white sheet. If it curls up like a pigtail, you got the one that ain't gonna stick.
When you're supposed to store that stuff in like a fridge or a.
Yeah, I ain't had. I order mine directly from Bare Metal Foil. I don't. That way, I know it's fresh, as fresh as can be.
Like I said, I've only used that stuff once. I didn't really like it, but.
It definitely takes practice. Like anything, but
Right.
Bare Metal Foil is all in control of the blade. How well you control that blade. How smooth you cut. How consistent. Which one do you got, KRD? The ultra bright, yeah. Yeah, you want the now you want the new one improved. I don't know why.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. You had to make sure it says new and improved on it.
Got a sticker right here on the window. It says new and improved chrome.
Like I said, when I very first got into building years ago, I got the new and improved, and it didn't stick for nothing. It curled up like a pigtail, but now the ultra bright curls up like a pigtail. And that was ordering it directly from Bare Metal Foil. And I order it for them because it's packed correctly. Instead of buying it from a hobby shop or buying it online from Amazon, it comes. This is the box it comes in, right here. So it ain't gonna show up wrinkled with a big fold line in it or something.
I get mine from a hobby shop, and they keep it behind the counter, so it's in a file folder. It's always good. I've never had a problem with it. But yeah, I don't like ordering it online from anybody either from Bare Metal Foil themselves, or I pick it up. Then if I see they hand me a sheet that looks like it's got a crease in it or something, I say give me a different one.
Right.
Real shit. That sucks. The dashboard will support the windshield or not. Where's the dashboard at? It does have a shelf life, but I've never had one long enough to worry about it. I mean, the first package I bought in 2018, I just finished using the very last piece of it, and it still worked fine. Because I didn't think about it when I bought it, because I found it on sale at a show. So I bought like 4 sheets of it, and then not realizing, well, how long it was going to take to go through those 4 sheets. And I just finished up the last of one of those from 2018, and it still worked fine. Yeah, you can keep it away from heat and sunlight and stuff like that. It should last you a long time.
You might want to try. In the past, if I remember correctly, I heard Marcy saying heat it up a little bit with an air dryer.
Now, if you're doing stuff like aircraft, I know the aluminum tape that they use for HVAC is great stuff for that. Or you can even use regular kitchen foil, and they make micro scale makes a glue. It's called sizing to go on the back of it, and you can actually use just regular kitchen aluminum foil.
Well, there's a video on one of the channels I follow too that shows you how to make that stuff too.
If you're doing something like a big aircraft, like a B-36 or something, you would go broke trying to do it all on bare metal foil. Well, you can use the bare metal foil glue, and you actually use kitchen foil or the HVAC tape, the aluminum tape. I know a lot of the RC airplane guys use that tape because they're covering square yards of aircraft with it.
And I have used it, but trying to get it around windows and stuff, it's tricky.
Yeah, you're not gonna want to use it for small items or for large. I'm talking about large coverage areas. Yeah. Shit.
My first successful, what I would call successful, bare metal foil was using HVAC tape. It's just thick. It's hard to get around the turns of windows and stuff.
Yeah, but if you're doing like the kick panels on the sides of the car, those long straight lines, it works really well for that.
Yeah. The thickness on it too would actually probably be a little bit more realistic.
Yeah. A lot of your 60s and 70s muscle cars had that chrome trim that ran all the way along the sides of the car, along the bottom.
Right.
And that was good for that. Whereas that if you're doing like a model aircraft or something where you got big panels of it. Boy, that sucks.
We'll have to scratch one, Bob.
Well, I can, but I think the issue is going to be the firewall is what holds the windshield up because there's no top on this car, and there's it's got to fill that.
That would make it fun and interesting.
It's got to fill this gap between where the end of the hood and the dash, where the windshield goes in. So it just goes into space without that firewall. Otherwise, yeah, I could just build a sheet stock.
Check eBay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll go on and see if I can find another.
A lot of the slot car guys just use the body and sell the parts.
Yeah, I'll do that. So as far as like holding up the master cylinder, yeah, I can just put a piece of sheet stock in there and call it done. But it's what holds it. What's what holds the only piece that holds the windshield. So.
Well, guys, it's dinner time here, so I'm going to take off. I'll see you guys later.
Right.
Bye.
All right, Josh.
Have a good evening.
Later, man.
Yeah, so the HVA tape I like using for large pieces. I made a mistake the first time I bought it. I bought the stuff with the rubber backing. You don't want that. It's got that like tar tacky stuff. That doesn't work. It's the straight HVA aluminum tape.
But hey, Terry too. Who was it just asked? Yeah, Terry and Kevin, what kit is it?
Oh, that I'm working on?
Yeah.
It's the AMT Ertl Prowler with the trailer. And I can't even find, I'm looking at all the sprues. I can only see on the sprue tree the part number, but the firewall is definitely not here. But I can't even find the part number on the sprue tree.
Well, I wonder if you're missing the whole sprue.
That's what I'm beginning to think. I'll have to go through an inventory. I'm just probably going to order another kit and go from there. Because if it was just a vertical firewall, I could just build that. Because all it's really doing is holding up the master cylinder and the brake booster. But yeah, I found part 15, I found part 18, but no part 16.
I'll be right back.
So. Besides that, if I have to buy another kit, it won't hurt my feelings too bad because I'll get a second little trailer, which will look really cool behind a 32 Ford or 29 Ford, and it kind of a Model A little trailer to go behind it. So yeah, we'll get on eBay tonight and find another one. It just slows me down because I like to get all my chassis put together and then paint it in one unit. Because I already had to put the whole rear end together to make make sure I see where I needed to cut the frame to put the drag radials on it. So I'm putting a lot bigger tires on it than what comes in the kit. Oh well. I'm back. We're still here. I just tossed him back in the box until I can get the parts.
Shit. Why ain't just screw up?
And speaking of the bare metal foil, that's probably what I'm going to use to make my masks for my Ford back here. I'm going to take the tailgate and I'll coat it, cover the whole thing in bare metal foil, then cut out the letters and use the foil as a mask to spray. To spray the Ford letters.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of people doing that.
In fact, let's go ahead and do it now since I'm stuck on that one. Back, I might just go ahead and do them in bare metal foil. They're looking pretty good. I know you guys won't be able to see it, but a new rounded toothpick.
Terry 2 is backstage.
Ah,
So, Terry?
hey Terry.
Look, I was trying to think if I actually had one of those prowlers up there in my storage, but I don't know. If I do, it's a mistake because I've never been a prowler fan. But it's a possibility. It is a possibility. But
I
where I
know.
couldn't tell you.
I was at a show and they had it for $10, and I thought, well, for $10, you can't hardly. If nothing
I
else, you
got
can steal parts out of it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you can't-
Well, like you say, the trailer would be cool behind something else.
Yeah. That's what I figured. I'll buy it and I'll use the trailer behind one of the Model A's or something.
Yeah, I actually sat down at the bench today and putting that Boyd car together, but I got a long way to go with what I'm trying to do to it. Gonna actually try to cut the bottom out of it and put a frame in it. Put a blower motor in it. Run some side pipes on it and actually put a rear end in it.
I knew I was fucking up. Nope. That's the wrong cleaner. Sometimes you just got to learn to leave well enough alone.
Can't do that. You know better than that. It's just like me. That's that kit that I'm talking about is pretty much a curbside kit, and it don't have much of an interior to it. No motor in it, no rear end in it. And I'm fixing to pull a Josh.
A Josh?
Yeah.
A pork chop?
Yeah. Didn't try to put a frame under it. Like say, I was gonna put a big block in it with a big top hat on it, but I can't get the big block in it because the body's too narrow, so I got to put a small block in it. So working on the motor today and actually getting the body glued together enough that I could actually draw some lines on it where I can cut the actual body out enough where I can, you can actually see the motor from the sides like old 32. We'll cut it out where you can see the motor in it. And then I got to put a frame under it to where I can put the motor and all in it. Cut the back end out of it and everything.
Yeah, I don't remember what year it was. I started an AMT vet a while back ago. Kind of pro streeting it, and I was using a Willys chassis, and I think I'm going to revisit it and just scratch the chassis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm going to have to do. Ain't going to be no ifs, ands, or buts about it because this one ain't got, you got two sides that glue together and it's the body and it's a solid piece on the bottom. So I got it all glued together so I can go in and draw some lines on it and cut it out and then put a chassis under it.
Right. Hey,
that way I can get
Irene Bender, how you doing, buddy?
Get the motor up in it and the transmission and drive shaft and all that stuff in it, rear end. Got a lot of cutting to do.
Tell you what, I saw today that I am going to invest in.
What's that?
And you ain't gonna believe it. Somebody posted it on a group, on one of the Facebook groups. What they store Tamiya paints in. Then these are the 23 mil pots, and they fit in it. Instead of building something, that takes up even more room.
And it's a what now?
It's storage where you can put these 23 milliliter Tamiya pots in.
Yeah.
And instead of building something like I got here that's big and bulky and takes up even more room.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna believe what those fit in.
I don't know.
A silverware drawer insert or organizer.
I'm a dog.
You can just screw them right to the damn wall, or set them on your workbench and turn them sideways, and they sit in each individual organized compartment.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I did a little bit this morning as far as kind of trying to organize a little bit of my stuff, put some more stuff up, got it out the floor, and just kept looking at that kit. I actually pulled out that Black Widow and looked at it. But can you leave that alone? Undoubtedly not. She's gonna chew on a bottle while we're on the live. Jeez.
Better a bottle in your shoes.
Oh no, she loves bottles. She'll run around here and pitch that bottle up in the air, chasing it. You then got the little French bulldog doing it. But yeah, I've been itching to get back to it, and I just
we itching for you to get back to it.
I'm telling you, probably not gonna be this weekend or next weekend, but I'm gonna see about getting this. I got a brand new laptop, and I'm fitting to see if I can't hotspot it. It might not work. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But it's better where I'm at now than where I was anyway.
Well, you don't. All you have is your phone internet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I got better internet where I'm at now, as far as towers than I did out yonder, because I barely had 1 or 2 bars. Here I've got 3 or 4 bars, so should be a little bit better. We're gonna figure it out anyway. If it comes down to it, there's AT&T here already. It's just got to be turned on, so we just need a modem here. And I'm gonna put that if I do that, I'm gonna put that modem in there in that room.
Who's your cell provider? Who's your cell provider?
Do what, Bob?
Who's your cell service provider?
Oh, Verizon.
Verizon. I think they have a package deal where you can get a home hotspot.
I think you're right. I ain't even thought about it, but I'm pretty sure you're right.
Basically, just a Wi-Fi router. It runs on cell signal instead of going through the phone lines.
Right.
If I was you personally, I would check into Xfinity. Just for the simple fact, it's a whole hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
A whole hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they've been out here. I've seen them on the road out here.
Their shit.
Oh yeah, they charge you out the butt. I got one phone now, and none of my other stuff is actually on my bill, and my bill's still $140 a month.
Yeah, you know what I pay for? And I'm paying for my wife's phone. That's the only phone I'm paying for. So I got unlimited talks, text on my phone. And I've got my mom and my wife's phone shared on 3 gig because they don't use none.
Right.
But I pay like $125 a month for 3 phones. If it was just my phone being as paid for, it'd be like $40 a month.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to go in there and find out whether I could reduce the bill itself, and they won't tell me no, that I was on the lowest plan they had.
Yeah. You need to walk away from Xfinity. I mean, Verizon. They're too damn expensive. They're just too damn expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And Xfinity uses Verizon towers.
Yeah.
Kevin Smith says he's got 5G on the pole in front of his house, and it's still.
I'm trying to read this chat on my damn tablet. Yeah, KRD, I'm doing much better, brother. It's been a little ordeal, but I've come back from 160 pounds a little over a month ago, and I'm back at 200 pounds. But my body had just shut down and wasn't accepting any fluids or anything. So I was pretty much a dead man walking. So but I feel much better. I feel better because I got some weight back on me, but I don't want to get too much back on. So. And that's been a lot of my what's been holding me back about getting back in here to the bench. I just ain't had the urge to do it until here lately. But it's been because, hell, I'm just about like Terry One. Before I went to the hospital, I could walk from here just into the kitchen, and I'd be just slap out of breath and couldn't hardly catch my breath. So I mean, it's been pretty bad. Let's see, Kevin, he's and Bill shit was well back in the 90s. Yeah, Kevin says he's paying $250 for his. Shit, I was paying 300 and something when I had me and my ex, and I had a damn hot spot, and I had all kind of shit, and I wasn't using a lot of it, and I told him I had to get rid of first thing I got rid of is the wife shit. So, and then got rid of the hot spot and all that other stuff, so didn't need it.
Shop around, call the other providers and say, this is what I'm paying here. What can you do for me? Type thing.
Yeah, I could probably, who you got, Brian? Who you with?
Xfinity.
Phone?
Xfinity, yes.
I'm
sure you got an Xfinity store.
Oh yeah, I see them out here on the street all the time.
It's Comcast.
Yeah. I just don't like Comcast because when you tell them to turn some shit off, they won't do it. They'll beg you to stay connected.
That's normally when they lower their prices.
Yeah, that's what I say. Shop around, say,
Yeah.
and then come back to Verizon and say, AT&T is going to give me this, and this for this price.
They're gonna say bye. They don't give a shit.
Oh, they don't care.
Well, then you go to AT&T or whatever.
They absolutely don't care.
I've had
the good thing is I can take my phone and my number with me, so I don't have to worry about that.
I did that with our home phone when I upgraded the fiber optic internet and moved my home line to voice over internet protocol. And
see, me personally, you ain't gonna find me getting close to AT&T with a 10-foot pole. I was a big Dish Network, loved my Dish Network, swore by Dish Network, and then AT&T bought them out, and their customer service went to shit.
Mhm.
I've never had good customer service with AT&T. And what sucks out here where I'm at, the only internet there is out here is Comcast Xfinity for internet service, home service,
Right.
and AT&T. And AT&T is only DSL.
Right.
And no, DSL ain't gonna suit me.
Yeah, we've got here I live in a small town. You actually have two companies fighting over fiber service. So they're offering deal. I get a gigabyte of internet speed, and I get unlimited calls on my home phone for $89 a month.
Hmm.
And that's all on fiber. So it's super fast. That's the only time it slows down is like 3:40 in the afternoon when the kids get out of school.
Yeah, I wish we had. We have fiber at the road, but they won't run it to the houses
because there's no competition. The
Yeah,
Comcast has
there's fiber lines out there at the road that Comcast has,
but they won't run them to the houses because there's no need, because there is no competition out here.
Yeah. Did Terry One show up on your stream yesterday, Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he was on there.
He got off right before you come in.
Yeah, Senior just left a little while ago.
Yeah, he was in the chat a little while ago.
Yeah, he was in the chat. He never did come in. He never had up the energy to walk in.
I just hadn't seen him in a while, and I'm
God Almighty. Woo! $385. Jesus God.
Yeah. That's somebody's phone bill. That's time to walk away from that.
That's styrene bender.
Say everything is just over $200 for me. That's my direct TV stream and my gigabyte internet and my cell phone just is right at $200 for everything.
Yeah, I don't even have cable.
What he would do is allow the bundle of the home services with the cell services, and
that's the only downfall with Xfinity is they don't bundle your home and cell services.
Yeah, you think they'd do that shit because people would they'd come over if they were bundling, making a deal out of it, if it was a cheap deal anyway.
You would think.
I just know this shit's high as hell. It's $140 just for this damn one phone.
Yeah, that's
I don't have
service. You can get that one phone, unlimited talks and text through Xfinity for about $45.
Well, my tablet that I'm actually reading the chat on is actually running off of my phone's
hotspot.
Yeah. Because I took it off too, because I knew I could run it off the hotspot and not have any issues with it. So.
Just that little bit of time, I went ahead and bare metal foiled my port in. I was going to mask it and paint it, and screw it. We'll just bare metal foil it. So.
I think y'all was talking about that earlier. I think I got some of that Ultra Bright that I've been using that actually sticks.
Yeah, the Ultra Bright used to be what you wanted to get.
Yeah. And
now you want the new one improved.
Yeah, the damn new and improved was one that wouldn't stick.
Right.
That's what I did that when I did that Martin Zeller tribute 66 fair lane. That's what I put on it, was that ultrabright. And it stuck pretty good. I mean, there were some spots that it didn't stick or didn't want to stick, and I just put new piece on it. So, but it curled up just like you said, like a damn pigtail.
Yeah, when you pull it off the sheet, if it curls up like a pigtail,
Mm-hmm.
that's the stuff that's gonna give you an issue.
Yeah. Oh, I can tell you ain't lying about that, because I had a little problem with it. Ain't no doubt. Let's see, I would be looking for another provider, except Verizon is the only one I found to get service out in no man's land. Yeah, that's the damn truth.
See, Styrene, Xfinity uses Verizon towers. You'd have the exact same coverage with Xfinity that you have with Verizon.
Well, the thing is that I think Verizon leases AT&T towers. It used to be singular.
They do go back and forth. There's a lot of that tower.
Yeah, they pretty much all use
yeah.
everybody else's towers anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one time it was singular years ago, and then AT&T got it, and then Nextel was also in there doing all that, and Nextel's out of business. So, I mean, just all kind of crazy stuff. I think they ought to have one damn cell. Well, if they can't just have one damn cell company, because if they did, they'd be charging everybody $1,000 a month, because there ain't no competition.
Yeah, when I first bought mine, Singular was the only thing that worked. The only one that had towers. Any more than 10 miles off the interstates, that's the only one that would work. Of course, my cell phone was in a bag, too.
Yeah.
A red piece of lint on a white fucking body.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember using Singular when I first started driving years ago, and got out in the damn desert out there, was headed out of Arizona into California, and got out there, and my mom called me, and I didn't answer the phone. She called me back, or she left a message, and she told me that I wouldn't answer the phone. So I answered the phone, and I think I talked to her for like an hour and 15 minutes, and my phone was roaming, and my bill was $700.
Yeah, yeah, that back in the day, boy. Whoo, I didn't get. My first cell phone was with. I don't remember if it was with Alltel or Singular, or what was it? Singular.
Singular.
Yeah, that was my first cell phone, and then they switched to Alltel. And it seems like at some point in time it switched to AT&T. Then we went to Verizon, and then I went to just a local place, where you pay monthly, which is really what Xfinity is. You pay a month for the month you're fixing to go in and start using. It's a prepaid plan. There's no contract to Xfinity.
Right. It's kind of like a pay as you go.
Kind of like the Walmart, the ones they sell at Walmart.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Yeah, it's a prepaid plan. I went into that, and then I needed a phone, and I couldn't afford, $700-800. So I went back to Verizon, and I was with them until my contract run out on that phone I was with, and I went to Xfinity. And that's what I like about Xfinity is Xfinity you can get a phone through Xfinity and pay for it monthly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you remembered or not when you was with Verizon and you paid for your phone, you know, your bill never went down. It was still the same price after you even paid the phone off.
No, I think mine went down.
Mine never did.
It wasn't much.
I got this is an S23 I've got right now. I had two S23s.
Marcy, that was 8 years ago. She said 700 is cheap for a phone, sadly. Yeah, that was 8 years ago, though.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she was talking about that bill of mine. It was $700 damn that month. That cause I was talking to her on the damn phone and kept trying to tell her that my damn phone was roaming and she didn't care.
Yeah, Kevin, mine ain't cheap either. Mine was $300 off, and I paid $1,100 and change for it. So yeah, so I got one of the. Well, I think I got a 13 Max. I think is what I got.
Which?
Well, and I'll tell you this: the reason why I got this new phone that I got is my S22. I dropped it. First time I'd ever broke a screen on the damn phone, and they sent me to a place. Verizon sent me to a place over off of University Boulevard to talk to them about fixing the screen. The camera was broke. The camera screen on the front was broke, and also the main screen was broke. They wanted $499 just to fix the main screen, and they wanted another $199.
Yeah, you might as well buy a new phone.
And I told him, he started talking that, and I told him, I said, dude, I said, you realize that I can go to Verizon right now and get me a brand new phone for $50 a month? I said, I'm not about to pay you no $500-600 for no screen, plus pay you another $200 or $300 for a freaking camera screen too. That's freaking ridiculous. So I didn't. And like I say, I just went and got another phone. I done forgot what this phone cost. It's shit. Can't remember. All right, Red Scale. Said fist to get out of here. Said he's going to do something. What does it say?
Does I still need a transmission? Is that supposed to be?
I'm gonna figure out how to set the Ardrum up for a dragster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got an OtterBox on mine, styrene bender. Matter of fact, the one I had before was not an OtterBox, and I dropped it and it cracked the screen on the side. It had one on it, but it damn sure didn't keep it from busting the screen on it. Yeah, I had insurance on my stuff too, Kevin, but when I took it off of the now ex-wife's phone, the hotspot, and the tablet, they took it off for everything, so I don't have any insurance on my phone anymore. It'll save you behind, ain't no doubt.
I got insurance on my phone. I don't have it on my wife's phone because my wife's phone was a relatively cheap iPhone. My iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I got a phone, I went with the Galaxy, and I haven't looked back. I'm real happy with it. The only thing, a lot of the apps aren't available for Android.
Yeah, you can sideload apps on the
Yeah.
Samsung. Yeah, on the Galaxy. Yeah, you can't sideload apps on an iPhone. I'll be right back. Get some water.
Yeah, they won't. iPhone won't allow you to download nothing without permission.
Yeah, if it's not for iOS, you can't use it.
That's the reason why I don't own one. I ain't asking nobody permission to do shit. If I can't do it, I don't need it. I don't need the phone.
No instructions. I don't need the instructions. Let's see if it's got the parts I need.
I'm with you, Marcy. I'm with you on that. I wouldn't have a damn iPhone if they gave me 10 free. If you actually go in and look at how the phones are rated, iPhone is one of the worst phones on the market.
I don't know about all that shit.
I'm telling you.
Quite happy. I love my iPhone.
They've had more trouble with iPhones than they've had with any phones out there.
Yeah, well, they didn't. The batteries never blew up. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but you can't put shit on your phone unless they allow you to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I get that for some people, but for me, I don't care. It's actually a safety feature.
it's called child proofing. The person that's using it's the child, and they're gonna tell you what you can and can't do with it.
Yeah, you wind up getting something on your phone, and you log into your bank account. Guess what?
Well, that'll happen. It don't make no difference. It'll happen to any of them. I mean,
Okay, I got a new firewall coming, and it's costing me $8.
that ain't too bad. I don't guess. Did you figure out whether the whole screw's missing, or is it just the part?
That's the part because they're showing it. It's
But I
from
mean, you seeing
open
16 on the screw,
but it's on the same sprue as the hood, and I've got the hood.
so you got okay.
The corner chunk of the hood of the sprue is missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like the corner of the sprue is missing.
Yeah.
was that kit
Definitely,
open when
Kevin.
you got it?
Appliances suck. I don't care who you get them from. There's no good appliances being made anymore. None.
Was that kit open when you got it, Bob?
It was open box, but the plastic inside was still sealed. Yeah, the according
So
to the picture right here was where the
yeah, so they undoubtedly when they bagged it up, it was missing prior to bagging.
But it was right next. According to these pictures of the one I just bought one on eBay, open box, no decals, no instructions. Well, I don't need no decals. I don't need.
You don't need all that, yeah.
I got that.
You got it already.
So I'm getting a whole nother kit for $8.
Well, and the thing is that you could actually do like Fred does and make you a casting, a resin casting, and pour you another firewall.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting another trailer too, so that's for my $8.
Yeah.
Budget.
Yeah. Prepare to put it behind something else.
But yeah, it was apparently that piece of the sprue was missing. So I went through the whole sprues and I couldn't even find the little tab that had the number 16 on it. And now when I saw
They must have cut. Yeah, they must have cut the corner off of it then.
when they were cutting the sprues apart, apparently that piece got cut off.
Yeah.
But I say, got a whole another one coming for $8, whole another kit. So it gives me an extra trailer and a whole box of spare parts.
Have plenty of spare parts.
The little V6 in there looks pretty cool, and I may see if I can put a Hemi down in there. Take it out and put a Hemi in there.
You wouldn't buy an LG right now, trouble free, Kevin. We had, when I met my wife, we had, I don't know, I think she had a Whirlpool washing machine. That damn thing was so old that the legs were rusted. There was a leg rusted out and missing, and I had just a piece of like when you hang a door, the wedge that you use to center up the door frame and get everything level. I had a piece of that wedge jammed up underneath there, and I guess the bushings for the tub were shot because every time we done a load of laundry, we had to go in there and move stuff around so it wouldn't beat the house to death, shake the whole damn house. And we used that one for years. Come across somebody that got a friend of the family, actually, who's maintenance for an apartment complex, and somebody left a brand spanking new washing machine in there. Don't know if it was a rental or what, but at that point in time, it belongs to the apartment complex. He gave it to me for like $25, and it was leaking, but it wasn't nothing but the line that went from where you pour the Clorox in to go to the bottom of the tub. It was off at the tub, and all I did was it wouldn't stay on there. I just wound up taking a wire tying it, $25. Hell, that was a damn good washing machine. And then when my mom moved in with us, she brought her Maytag, so we gave that washing machine to my stepson. And within a couple of years, her brand new high-end Maytag washing machine, the transmission went out. That was as much as a washing machine. I laughed at the repair guy. I said, well, I'm definitely not paying to fix this one.
You know, my grandma's ringer washer's down in my garage, and it was bought in like 1947, and it still works just fine. It's just manual, so nobody wants to use it.
Yeah, that's what they need to go back to. Just a fucking knob instead of all that circuitry
crank
in the
handle.
back. All them
Washboard and a crank handle.
No, it was a agitator, but it had instead of having a spin cycle, you had the ringer on top, and you'd run your clothes through the ringer.
You had to run it through that crank handle thing. Yeah.
What was that? It was electric. It wasn't crank handle. It had a motor on it. It had a motor. Yeah, but yeah, it would. If you didn't watch it, it would bust your fingers because it would pull them right in.
Yeah, those front loaders are some of the worst washing machines too, Marcy.
Oh, I hate my front loader. God.
Yeah, that's a high efficiency and ain't worth shit.
Well, even the new top load washers are the only stuff you're supposed to use in those is high efficiency washing powder. Definitely don't make shit like they used to.
Nope. Mom had
all these fancy refrigerators that people are getting, the smart refrigerators. Those things are shit. There's too much circuitry in them.
Yeah, Mom had a front load wash machine, and she didn't have it a year, and the door was sagging on it, and couldn't get damn clothes clean because it didn't put but just enough water in there to wet the clothes. That's all it would do. I said I wouldn't own one of these, and then squirrels got outside, and the actual power line that came in from the pole to the house, they chewed the ground wire in half on it, and when it did, pretty much anything that had a computer board in it, it burned it up. And her wash machine got a $600 computer board in it. So it's
that's
about half of what the damn machine cost.
That's what's wrong with all this new stuff. It's all, instead of it just being timers and knobs,
yep,
they got all that computer componentry in them, and those things just they're not designed to last. All those capacitors,
yep,
microchips, that they're only made to last a couple of years.
Yep. Well, my Maytag I got's been last more than a couple of years. It's still clicking right now. So I bought a Maytag when I bought mine.
Ooh, it's getting hot in here. With this dehydrator running?
Try and dry some paint?
No, decals. Having to mold them.
I almost made a video today and put it up. I didn't do it, but I was thinking real hard about it today.
Why didn't you?
Because I didn't want to put it up and get shit started, and it'd be 2 or 3 weeks before I get this computer set up.
Oh.
I want to try to get this computer set up to where I can. I mean, it's just out the box, sitting on the dresser in there with the charge plug in it. It's been sitting back there for shit probably a month now. I get it set up, and I'll go back to the videos and go on back to doing my live at 1 o'clock on Sunday again.
Kevin, I don't think your wife would be too happy if you was using her air fryer, dehydrator, toaster oven to paint to put your model parts in.
I guess
box, so it would work.
Yeah.
I guess it would be all right if you turn the darn temperature way down on it.
You know, it says his new air fryer has a dehydrator in it.
Yeah, and you can proof bread and all kinds of stuff in them. So it'll work for that. But you might be in a doghouse. Of course, they're cheap enough. You could probably go buy one and stick it in your workshop. Anytime you get to toss a pizza in there.
I think 122. Yeah, 122 degrees.
Yeah, I don't know if mine will go down that low. I know I got one.
It's my dehydrator.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine will dehydrate. It'll proof bread. It does everything.
Yeah, mine probably does a whole lot that I don't know it does. I know it cooks a lot of food for me lately.
It's too light.
Yeah, I want our toaster oven still works good, but the door sometimes don't want. You got to slam the door on it sometimes and get it to close. So I'm looking at I want to get a new air fryer toaster oven combo.
That's what I got. I got one with the double doors that open up, and it'll fit 13-inch pizza will fit in there, and you can do
right
about About
You
9.
melted your Learjet model. You know, when I was young, I had actually used an oven. I turned the oven on till it would just turn the temperature knob till it would just turn on. And that was about 150 degrees. The older plastic I found did work, but then I tried it. I tried it years ago, and many years ago, with this newer plastic, and I was like, "Well, I used to do this all the time. How come it didn't work?" And it fucking melted whatever I tried to cure some paint with.
Our old oven had the gas pilot light that stayed lit all the time, so it would stay about 95 or 100 degrees in there all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Our new one doesn't. It's got the pilotless ignition, but the old one had a pilot light. It would stay about 90 to 100 degrees in there. Because the pilot was underneath of it, so it heated all that metal above it, and it was great for doing that as long as you didn't get caught.
Yeah, Kevin. My mom come to me. She said she had something pop up on Facebook about 3 months ago about an air fryer through Bed Bath and Beyond when they were going through bankruptcy, and there was like a $200 air fryer for like $50 or something like that, and I told myself I should get it. I should go ahead and get it. But there wasn't nothing wrong with the toaster oven at the time, and then all of a sudden the toaster oven door starts screwing up, and now I think Overstock bought them out. Somebody bought out Bed Bath and Beyond, so now their prices are relatively normal.
They didn't get nothing but about like a Big Lots is what they got when they bought them.
It was a little crooked. Was it crooked or was it a little cooked, Kevin?
Probably a little bit bent from the heat.
Yeah, I wished I would have got one, Marcy. Then I damn sure wished I would have.
That's almost all I use to cook with anymore is the air fryer.
That's all I use. I don't even turn the oven on. Of course, with me having diabetes, that's probably about the best thing that they ever made was an air fryer. That way, I ain't got to heat everything up.
Yeah, you ain't got to cook with a whole lot less oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't cook with none of that shit.
It was a little saggy, was it? Yeah, I wish I'd have checked into getting some new towels myself, Marcy. Well, we got works. It'll dry you, but some of them they ain't in the best of shape. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, olive oil and avocado oil is what he needs, Marcy.
That's what I do. Anytime I can do that, or I can use that spray stuff in the can, in the spray can.
I wouldn't. Only thing, if I was you, the only thing I'd use for doing any kind of pan frying or anything like that is avocado oil.
Yeah, I don't really fry anything to begin with. All my chicken, beef, and fish, and anything that I cook in that air fryer. I don't even use any oil on it.
Yeah, I roll my chicken and dip it in some egg white and roll it in a little bit of ground up cornflakes, and that's a little spice, and that's what we use. Goes right in the air fryer.
You got
All right, Ted, have a good one, man.
You got I know you got a Walmart up there around you, ain't you, Bob?
Yeah, we got Walmart's, Targets, all that stuff.
Go in Walmart and see if you can find some stuff called Super Bird, and you can put it on your chicken, and I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. Some of the best spice I ever tasted in my life. It's the dry rub. You don't have to put nothing on it. I do some chicken wings up. You want to eat the whole bag of chicken wings. My son put me on that. They done decided to move over here side of me now.
Let's see, where do those?
Damn dogs wrestling with each other. Oh man.
So they would have went on to stop.
Didn't you say yesterday that your wife's got to go back to the doctor tomorrow?
Well, I got to make an appointment for her. I got to call the neurosurgeon. Hopefully, he can get her in really quick.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not very comfortable.
No, I'm sure of that myself.
Yeah, I got 2 vertebrae in my back that are not actually square. They have impact injury to the front side of them. And when you look at me when I walk, I have a little, it's not a hump in my back, but my back is got a little slump in it. And it's because of an accident I was in back in 1981. And I should be paralyzed from that one. But survived that. Almost got run over by a damn car because my brother put me in the middle of the damn road and I was unconscious when they found me. And when I came to, I couldn't hardly even move because I was hurt, and turned my head and seen a damn car coming down the road and had to crawl out of the damn road so I didn't get hit. But nobody's ever took a picture of my back. And they probably would tell me the same thing they're telling you and your wife. They could go in and probably fix that, and they probably could. I just don't want no back surgery.
Yeah, well, she had a fracture. I don't know what is it? The top of your tailbone.
Mm-hmm.
I guess about 10 years ago. And they went in there and fixed that with that cement stuff, and that's what they're going to do to her L1 as well.
Yeah, it seems to be a little common thing that they do now. So I mean, I don't think it's that damn risky.
This is an outpatient surgery.
Yeah,
it's not any kind of fusion or anything like that.
No,
the emergency room doctor's already talked with the doctor she gave us the information to, and he's already told her that she'd be a good candidate for it. So
yeah, I'm sure. Like I say, they probably would tell me the same thing if they had a picture of my back, but nobody's got a picture of my back. Just try to unwrap this foot. I need to repack this wound, wash it, repack it. Can you get your nose out of my foot? Are you through inspecting it now? Can I unwrap it?
He said nope.
No, he's walking off now. The little French bulldog, he can get over here and inspect it so he can see if, I guess, if anything's wrong.
Welcome back, Green Bay.
It's been leaking a little bit. I can see it right now. Been leaking just a little bit. Set y'all down for just a second and get this undone.
See that one YouTube video was a couple years ago where a guy had the yellow jacket nest in his yard and he pumped all the acetylene gas down there to try and kill him, and then he lit it on fire and blew his whole yard apart.
Oh,
Mm.
all that. That's why you just pour it and walk away.
We had speaking of blowing up, we had a guy several years ago. He had a place called Camaro Heaven. And he had a 67 convertible with a big top hat and everything on it. It's a beautiful car. And he was actually going to the drag strip, was going to go. He was filling a nitrous bottle. Man, that don't even look good today. We wash this shit out. Y'all bear with me a minute. I should have done this earlier. So y'all gonna both come over here and inspect now, huh? Since I got it unwrapped. Move. Move. That thing is, I ain't even got my bandage. I mean, my freaking scissors in here to be able to cut my tape. But we'll go get it. See if y'all can see this.
Second, let me.
I can get it up here.
Damn. Yeah.
There it is. That's the nail hole. It's been there for like 10 months and they finally cut the stuff away from it. But I just washed it out. Oh, it looks way better than it has. It was actually freaking pink on the inside. And my foot was swelling all up and everything. And I was on antibiotic and stayed on antibiotic for 2 weeks. It was helping some, not tremendously, but they took me off of that and put me on actually it's a little piece of you have to cut it off the length of it, and it's actually in a little jar and it's in antibiotic, and I had to cut it off and then stick it in the hole. I need to go back in there and get one of those Band-Aids.
Yeah, you got to keep a handle on that. It's kind of thing that can really go downhill fast.
Talking about foot?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they told me every time I go down there, they tell me it doesn't, it looks better, you know, because you've been taking pictures of it and all kind of stuff. So to make sure, you know, when you take the pictures of it, that it's actually looking better, because it was pretty red and it's not red if I can keep these dogs from sticking their freaking nose up in it. Oh. We have.
Yeah, as long as it stays pink, then you're in good shape. But if it starts turning black or green or any of those colors, you need to see them right away.
Yeah, they told me that, like I say, this stuff that I've got now, I got some stuff that I clean it with. It's called Vaj. It's in a cobalt blue bottle, and I had to clean it. But he told me, he said we don't want a scab forming on it. He said, because if a scab forms on it, he said that's going to cause issues. So
yeah, they need to stay open and closed, heal from the inside out.
Yep, that's what it's doing. But I mean, it looks way better because it was really red, kind of down into the instep of my foot, and a lot of that redness has gone away. So, which is a good thing.
I spent most of the summer dealing with a brown recluse bite, and it's got
I've had one of those. That ain't no fun.
And you know, you're basically rotting away from the inside out, and I had to go in.
Yep.
Had to go and cut all the necrotic tissue out, and basically the same thing. I had to keep it open, stuffing this gauze with this stinky stuff on it in the hole every day, and keep it open and let it heal from the inside out.
Yep.
It took like almost 4 months before it finally.
I had one. It's the only time that you'll ever get to experience going to the doctor and putting your feet in the stirrups instead of your wife. Mine, when I had my bite, it was right in the crease of my leg. It was on my leg, but it was, you know, down there where the boys are. And, yeah. Not good. Actually, not good. So, it's funny how I go down here to the wound place when I actually go, and they have a sign on the door, and they say, we cannot give out items for, like at the wound thing. Cannot give out items, can't give stuff to patients. And what do? Bring you a big bag, and when they bring the bag, it's slammed full of stuff. Which, I mean, I'm cool with it.
But hospital, I came up with more stuff than I.
Yeah, I mean, I've got. I don't know if y'all can see this. This sticks on my foot. It's actually a bandage, and that's what holds that antibiotic stuff in. So, and they stick really well. It's like it kind of resembles like liquid skin, I guess you would call it. But this one here was definitely ready to be changed. But just trying to take care of stuff like I need to, you know, because I definitely don't need to go back down there and then them go, well, things not looking good, so we're gonna have to take that foot off. Don't want to hear. Don't want him want to hear that. Not even in my vocabulary.
I tell you, it's like you keep a close eye on it. Pink is good, and any other color of a pink.
Oh, I know. You ain't got to worry about that. I'm definitely gonna keep my eye on it because I'm not about to lose this foot. Just ain't happening.
You get it.
I've done everything that they have told me to do as far as this foot's concerned, and every time I go in there, they tell me, "Oh, it looks good. It looks good. You're doing well. Just keep doing what you're doing."
You get it. It gets infected, and the next thing you know, you got a stamp in there or something. And
Oh yeah.
You're not even worried about your foot. You're worried about staying alive.
Oh yeah. Yep. Don't want that. Absolutely don't want that.
That happened after I had my surgery the last time. I went in for my follow-up, and they went in and they couldn't find a blood pressure. My blood pressure was so low. Took me to the hospital and found out that I was just riddled with staph infection all through my abdomen.
Well, they was looking for, when I was at the hospital, they were looking for infection in the bone. They did an MRI on my foot. And if they'd have found infection in the bone while I was at the hospital, they would have cut my foot off. So I said, no, we ain't doing that. But I guess if there would have been an infection in it, I wouldn't have any choice, you know what I mean? So they went on to cut the thing off and been done with it. And then I'd have been walking around crippled for the rest of my life because I was stupid. So absolutely stupid.
Come on.
Yeah, we had a guy at work that had staph, and they made him stay home. Stop.
Yeah, they wouldn't even let me walk to the hospital. I walked in, they wouldn't even let me walk to the hospital, which is across the street. They called an ambulance and took me across the street in an ambulance.
Right.
So if it had been another 24 hours, I probably wouldn't have been there. I probably would have been in the morgue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got reason why they putting this tape in there is because it's got bacteria in it. But he told me that was we could fix all of that. He actually took a culture of it and everything. He said everything that he's seen, it could be fixed. So
yeah,
that's a good thing.
back in that a little bit.
You're finna eat somebody up, huh? Is that what you trying to tell me? Huh? You trying to tell me you gonna eat me up? Is that what you just said? Huh? Is that what you just said? You know you ain't the boss, right?
Yeah, I know the cat is the boss.
She thinks she's the boss.
Right here, the cat is the boss, and the dog is just the muscle.
Uh-huh. Well, this one right here, I have to every now and then, I have to try to teach her a little lesson. So I have to get down in the floor and hold her down where she can't move. And then she realizes she's not the boss anymore. She's a red-nosed brindle pit. She just thinks she's the boss. Oh man, I could have still been in there fooling with that kid, I guess, but
That's all right.
I still don't have my Dremel and all that stuff. I don't know exactly where it's at. I gotta find it. So still ain't got everything set up in there, so I'm just working as I need it and finding it.
Our Dalmatian could do that. It would open the refrigerator and eat all the butter out of there. So we had to actually put a latch on the refrigerator door so the dog couldn't open it up.
Eat all the butter.
Eat all the butter. Wouldn't eat any of the meat or anything out of there, but he would eat all the butter.
Wow. Yeah, mine would probably do the same. She'd eat anything she get her.
So that's what he would eat.
I was making some turkey sandwiches. I got some of that turkey lunch meat, and I pulled it out of the fridge, and I went to close the door and walk over to the bar, and she was standing there, and she went licking on the package because she knows what it is. She's one of them kind that if you give her something, she never chews it up. She just swallows it whole. In other words, she's a pig. And she's going to start barking outside. For no reason.
I'm gonna let this go about 10 more minutes, and I'm gonna go ahead and shut
If my
it.
dog could open the fridge, my dog would go into the vegetable drawer and eat all the vegetables.
Look, Bob, you think yours is good? Mine can open up the garbage can. I have one in kind that the kind you step on the pedal and the lid opens up.
Ooh, that's great.
She steps on the pedal and opens the lid.
Flat aluminum.
I give him credit for that. That's
She's watched us so many times open up that garbage can. She knows how to do it. I thought that was pretty talented for a dog anyway.
Yeah, well, they learn how to open doors and
Yep.
bedroom doors and shit just by watching.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm happy with that. got my Jimmy Flintstone Firebird pretty well fit up to the chassis. I just got to go finish doing the body work.
What year?
It's a 2000. It's on a 2006 Camaro chassis. It's
Oh, it's going to be kind of one of the one they talked about they were going to actually put out, like the Camaro body.
Yeah, it's based on the Camaro body, the Trans Am Express or whatever, Trans Am Worldwide. They bought the Trans Am from GM.
Yep, that's a cool car. I would say they actually put it out. They supposed to be actually supposedly going to come out. Chevrolet's supposed to come out. They've been showing pictures of it, but they hadn't had no confirmation on it yet. 70 or 71 Chevelle SS.
Well, GM won't be doing another Trans Am because unless they buy the rights back from that other company, from Trans Am Worldwide or whatever. The GM sold the rights to them to use the name and the branding and all that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it's the Jimmy Flintstone one. It's got the ram air. Let me boost. Let me bring it up big. It's got the ram air hood, and it's designed to fit on that AMT 2006 chassis, and it's fitting up pretty good. I have to do a little sanding and trimming, but
cool looking body.
Just because the resin is so much thicker than the original plastic.
Oh yeah.
But it's looking.
Yeah, I haven't bought anything as far as I don't have. I've got some. What is it? Is it Precision cast? I've got a couple of things, but I don't have anything like that. The thing is that they don't really put out that 2005. Ain't that the showroom? Camaro? Yeah.
Yeah, they call it the concept car.
Yeah. Well, that might not be the one I'm thinking about. They got another one out that's like a showroom car.
Yeah, there's two versions of that kit. It's the same. I think it's the same kit. It's just two different
Yeah. It probably is.
They call this one the muscle car. AMT muscle. It's the same car, same kit.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's an actual kit. The one I'm talking about, I think can't remember what it was actually. Ollie's, I think, had them, and it's a showroom car. I don't think it's got a motor or nothing in it.
Oh yeah, there's a snap kit version too.
Yeah. I don't know if it's 50th anniversary or 75th anniversary or something like that.
AMT has a 50th anniversary, the 2015 one.
Yeah.
That one too, but there's a got like a Hot Wheels one is the. I think that's the
That's it. That's it. It's a Hot Wheels.
Yeah, that's a Revell snap kit.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad, but it's a curbside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a resin motor that's going to go into here. An LS motor with a Pontiac logo on top of it.
I hear you. It'll look good. It'll look real good. I really liked it. I mean, when somebody did the actual render, I think, of the Trans Am using the Camaro body, and it looked really good.
Yeah, this one has like the 90s version of the hood, the Ram Air hood.
Right. Yeah.
I do one, the Trans Am Worldwide or whatever does one with just like a Bandit Trans Am.
Yeah.
gold and a shaker. And they also do
Very good.
a 67 Firebird version and then a GTO version, which also looks really cool. GTO Judge version.
Right.
But those real cars are $200,000, $300,000 each.
Yeah.
And they hand build them one at a time. So it's like one of those deals where you order it and get it 4 or 5 years later. They do come up for sale. They're just
Well, there's only one more Camaro gonna come out that's gonna have a real engine in it, and it's gonna be according to Chevrolet, it's gonna be a ZL2. And that will be the last Camaro that's got an engine in it for 2024.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to do like they do with that Coke program where they sell it empty.
I don't know.
You can buy a Coke Camaro and it doesn't come with an engine or transmission.
Yep.
Rear end. I think it might have the rear end, and you can either order when you order it from GM. You can order what you want put in it, or you can buy it without anything in it.
Yeah, put what you want in it. Yep, I mean, all of that stuff's going electric. I mean, as far as Camaro, Challenger, and the Dodge Charger, they're all going electric. So there won't be any more gasoline burners other than what's already on the road.
Forcible compliance.
There you go.
Well, that brings us right back to the cell company. That's why I have an Android now, because
The bad thing is they can be forcible about it, but that don't mean you got to buy it. So they're going to be stuck with a bunch of cars on the lot.
And eventually they ain't. Yeah, well, that's true too. But eventually you ain't going to be able to get parts for gas cars.
I don't know if they'll ever completely do away with.
Oh, they'll do it
for cars. They just.
You better believe they're going to do what they can.
The state of California is going to eliminate gasoline cars completely by 35.
Yeah.
There won't be any gasoline cars sold in the state of California in 2035. But we won't be here to see that. I say we won't. I'm 59.
And in next year, in the country of Canada, you will not be able to finance a gas-powered car. Forcible compliance.
Oh, you're going to put the automakers out of business.
They're going to force you into a way of thinking. And then there's no electric grid to charge these electric vehicles.
Well, I don't see how they can actually do away with car parts. You got all the drag racers and all that stuff out here. They're going to put drag racing out of business.
They're trying to. They're trying to put the street racers out of business and saying all that stuff that they buy aftermarket is illegal. That's already done.
Gonna put a lot of companies out of business in.
They don't care.
Gonna have a lot of unemployed people.
They don't care. They don't care about me and you. They could care less about me and you. The government doesn't give a shit about me and you. There's going to be two classes of people in this country. There's going to be us and them.
It's going to be the millionaire and the poor people, and we're going to be the poor people.
Happy with that. Take this apart.
Yeah, everything, Kevin, that comes from California has got a label out of California says this may cause cancer. Everything. I don't care what it is. Every major company that is started in California no longer has a company in California. Toyota was building cars, was going to build cars over there in California, and they left. The little, and this happened years and years ago. I was actually working at the hobby shop over here in Mobile, and had a guy that worked in there, was a Mobile policeman. He actually repaired trains, and got a letter from Bachman Trains now, from Bachman Train Company, which was in the state of California, that said they were limited to how much product that they could paint per week. They only allowed them to paint so much stuff in the state of California. That's why all your car manufacturers left. Couldn't build, couldn't paint, couldn't do shit in the state of California.
I got, well, y'all know him. Yeah, you've seen him come up in the chat. Gary Barner.
Yeah.
He used to run a reefer. They used to pick up produce, especially like oranges, from Florida.
Yep.
Truck them across the country to California, so California could put a sticker on them and say, "From California" or "Product of California."
Yeah.
He would unload. He would offload a box or offload crates of it, of Florida oranges.
Yep.
And then pick up a load right there in the same spot with stickers on them. The only difference was the sticker.
That's all they did was pull it, because I don't think Florida put stickers on their fruit.
Just imagine how much that drives up the cost for all that freight go all the way across the country.
What I want to know is I mean, they already done forced Amazon when Amazon went in over there with their big warehouse and all of that, they told them that their fleet of trucks would be electric only if they were operating in the state of California. It could not operate gasoline vehicles. But I mean, how are they going to get the produce and stuff out of the state of California? All the grapes and all the avocados and all of that stuff that they raise over there. They got grapes and all of that stuff that, not grapes, but raisins and all of that stuff that they do in the state of California. How are they going to get it out from over there? Unless they're going to have an electric powered reefer. Somebody going to be a rich man when they come up with
honestly, that. That's what a reefer is. It's just a generator.
Well, I mean, you got a little gas diesel engine in it too. So all they're going to do.
That's what it is. It's a generator.
Yeah.
The generator that runs an air conditioner.
Runs a cooling system. Yeah, probably what they'll do is they'll put solar panels on top of the damn reefer trailer to power the actual reefer unit. They'll have to have a certain amount of batteries in it. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's got to get charged from somewhere. I guess it's going to get charged from the truck driving down the road.
They ain't going to get charged from that because they're going to be running on electric too. So,
where they going to charge them? They already have rolling blackouts.
I'm telling you.
I got a friend of mine lives in California. I've been trying to get him out, man. I've been telling him, you got to get the fuck out, dude.
I don't know. I mean, over your truck driving years, whether you ever been out through the Mojave Desert out there.
No.
There's you go out through the Mojave.
Furthest west I ever went was Phoenix and Nogales. That's the furthest west I've went.
You go through Barstow on 40. You go through Barstow, you get on 15, and you run down 15 just a little ways, and you get on Highway 58 that runs out through the Mojave Desert, runs over to Bakersfield. When you go out through the Mojave Desert, that's where all of the, they show the airplanes that's in the that's out there in the desert, retired airplanes and Air Force One jets and all kinds of stuff out there. There's thousands of them out there. But there's also a place out there that's got a berm. You can't see on the other side of it. It's a berm out there. And the state of California is running trucks nose to tail out there, electric trucks on a track that's got I know you've been in warehouses that you see the little brass wire looking thing that runs through the floor and the robots follow that brass wire.
Probably, yeah.
That's what they got them on over there. They say in trucking eventually it's going to go to no drivers at all. I'd like to see that. I'm hoping I'm going to live to see that, because I don't believe that's ever going to happen.
That is going to be interesting.
Because there ain't a damn computer I know of, or a computer program that somebody can come up with that can back up a damn 18-wheeler. It damn sure can't open the doors on the back of a dry van or a Reaper.
They'll just have all roll-up doors and back in, and the person running the forklift.
That company crashed.
The computer running the forklift will push the button to roll up the door.
Yeah, that company Kraft that does all the cheese and all that stuff. Yeah. When you back up to their doors, you don't even have to open the doors up. They open them on the inside of the building.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm going to call it.
Yep, I was going to say the same thing. It's about that time.
We'll try to see if I can get some rest.
Yeah, I ain't going to be long. I'll be trying to get off into bed myself, but I just thought I'd stop in for a few minutes. But a couple of y'all in here, and I know Josh got off, so.
I'm glad you did.
Just shoot the bull with y'all for a little bit and hang out. So, like I say, I'm going to get closer to getting my stuff back up and doing my thing, hopefully here in the next couple of weeks, I hope. So my interest is much greater than it has been, so that's a good thing.
Yep. We look forward to getting you back on here.
Just been too damn run down, man. I just been too damn run down to be able to do it. But
that's been my thing during the week.
Yeah.
There's been very few opportunities for me to come in here and work during the week in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And when I have, I'm just too fucking tired.
Well, I mean, I just been wore down, you know, and then dropping all that weight down to 160 pounds. And I'm telling you, there was no way for me to go in there and do anything. So, but like I say, I got the energy and got the wants to do things. So I'm gonna, like I say, I then stepped off into a major project with this little curbside, and I'm gonna do my best to get it finished up. I need to finish Fred's car. I need to finish my 55. I need to finish my 54 or my 53 panel or 54 panel, whichever one it is. I got a lot of stuff to finish. He done left.
We're here.
No, he's here.
Oh, he's going to full screen.
Okay. Say good night to Kevin and Styrene Bender and anybody else that's still in here. And I'm glad you stopped in tonight. And hopefully Joey will be back next Sunday at his regular time slot. And I'll do a stream at random times. I just never know when I'm going to do one. And thanks Brian, thanks Terry, and then Ted Senior and everybody else.
Appreciate you having us.
And we will see you all.
Bob.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Take care, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.